Hello, everyone. What's going on? Let's see.
This is my first.
Jack Doherty finally got what he deserved. This one sounds interesting. I do not have a TikTok account, no. What day of the week was I born on? Yes. Ugh. This guy looks really fucking weird.
Third time uploading this video now. YouTube has demonetized and age restricted my last two, all because of some of the fight sequences that appear that are on everyone else's channels unage restricted but mine. Even Dr. Phil clips that I've posted on this video got age restricted, even though Dr. Phil has it on his channel monetized and everything else. It's just been a massive headache. If you guys have watched this already, please like the video. Liking the video really helps because a re-upload is definitely not good for the channel or the algorithm, but I want this video to be out there, so I've had to censor a lot of it. It's still not going to be monetized, but I just want it to be out there, so if you guys could help out, I'd really appreciate it. At this rate, I should just make a Patreon or something because clearly YouTube has it out for me. Please do like and enjoy the video. Today we're talking about this freak who looked like he was made out of Play-Doh. Yes, that's right. His name is Jack Doherty, if you don't know. He is the internet equivalent to dirt under your shoe. Jack Doherty is a live streamer, someone I never really knew of until recently, against my will. Everything I've learned about this pile of Play-Doh has been against my will. He is a typical shock jock streamer trying to do anything he can to get views and click. I don't think anyone has pissed me off more recently than this little piece of shit. This clip of him went really viral, of him going around with his security and just messing with people in the shop because he has big security guards protecting him.
Go.
Where we at? What? Little pal, what you gonna do? What you gonna do, little pal? Yeah.
So if that's your first showing of Jack Doherty, you'll realise what an absolute prick he is. This little bag of twigs goes...
Tellers, I have to avoid watching coverage of the Israel-Hamas war because they always fucking show pictures of babies, really disgusting, ugly babies. Why do they do that? I don't want to see that ugly shit. Nobody cares if babies are bombed. They're ugly as shit. Couldn't agree more, Dodo. Thanks for the donation.
round of guys way bigger his size who can actually probably fight.
Wait, what do you mean no sound? Fuck you, there is sound.
And do stuff and intimidates people or tries to because he knows nothing will happen because he paid these guys behind him to stop people touching him. He might be one.
Conservatives are trying to take away our freedom again.
Let me take a look, Dodo.
And now these idiots have come out and said, drink 2 beers a week. That's their guideline. Well, I got to tell you, if they want us to drink 2 beers
Guideline is no more than, isn't it?
a week, frankly, they can kiss my ass.
Reflecting on Christmas traditions this year begs the question, if whole milk is a good option to fuel Santa's extraordinary Christmas Eve journey, then why isn't it an option for American school children in their lunchrooms?
Inflation was caused because they stopped drilling, they stopped the energy, and that caused the inflation. Energy is so big. If you make donuts, if you make cake, if you're a lawyer, if you're an accountant, you're heating and you're trucking, and no matter what you do, energy is so big, it's all encompassing. The trucks, the people that bake the donuts, the restaurants, everything requires energy. Energy is so big, it's like all encompassing everything. You make donuts and the ovens and the trucks that deliver them, and no.
What's so bizarre, like, U.S. oil production is at an all-time high, and the Inflation Reduction
Please
Act...
tell me you agree that he do be cute, though.
Let me take a look. The Inflation Reduction Act also is, like, investing heavily in solar. I don't know if I'd say that snail is cute. It sort of doesn't have a face, so... It's also like a horrible monster that eats other fish, so, don't know if I'd say it's cute, but thanks for the donation, Dodo's boyfriend.
No matter what you do, if you make donuts, if you make anything you make has to do, and when they ended our energy, we were energy independent.
Really want to eat a donut now, but let me just dispel the notion that our so-called lack of energy independence is threatening the future of donuts in America. The fact of the matter is, the United States produces more oil and gas than any other country in the world. And the fact of the matter is, the United States exports more fossil fuels than any other country in the world.
Reflecting on Christmas.
Well, conservatives are retarded. Breaking: Donald Trump barred from Maine primary.
There is breaking news. CNN's reporting that
shit.
Maine has removed Donald Trump from the 2024 ballot based on the 14th Amendment's insurrectionist ban. So it literally just broke right now.
Means, what is it? Was it Colorado? Or somewhere else? And now the state of Maine, he's not allowed to be on the ballot, so his chances of getting elected are massively lower. They can do that? Yeah. It's because of the January 6th insurrection thing. Bubs the Kitten donated tellers, Asmongold is so disgusting, how does this fungal human live like this? He still lives like this today, what a degenerate.
Hello everyone. Heard a lot of people saying that I exaggerate things, I make things more than what they are, and that's true, but not in terms of my room. A lot of people think
I don't feel like I'm quite as bad.
It's actually not as bad as it is, and I'm probably gonna clean it today, but I don't want to lose the memory. And so got 3 drinks here. This is McDonald's, Long John Silver's. Fuck is that? Whataburger?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Taco Bell, shoes. That thing I found in the street. That's my bed. Wendy's. Yeah. I don't even remember when I had
Isn't he like a fucking millionaire? Why does he live like this?
that.
It's just like he could hire a maid. It would like be 1% of his income to just hire a maid.
My character, fucking awesome. This is Drake. And I've got up here, we have some Whataburger numbers, some fucking Mountain Dew, more McDonald's drinks. I probably have.
Pooh Bear donated tellers, is the Supreme Court just going to overturn this main thing? Probably not. If I had to guess, I'd lean in the direction of no. I don't think the Supreme Court is going to overturn. He was banned from the ballot in some other state too, so I don't think they're going to overturn it. Thanks for the donation though, Pooh Bear.
30 McDonald's drinks here. And see, first it started on my desk, right? And then put a couple of them behind my monitor. Ran out of room. I don't even know why I put that. I've got some on. Get a better look at clean anymore because it isn't even really that bad. When they give me a number, then I.
Yasmin Gold's degenerate.
So are you.
What are you doing with Prismo? Oh.
Popped up on my phone. So we covered the story yesterday regarding Michigan and how their state Supreme Court decided to keep Trump on the ballot there. So again, this is all gonna end up in the United States Supreme Court, and our prediction is that they're probably gonna rule.
Good, now he can finally rot in jail for the rest of his worthless life just like he deserves.
I wouldn't be surprised, like, the day he's sentenced, he dies. It wouldn't surprise me. Like, he's already on his deathbed. He's an old fucking ass man. Isn't he like 80 or some shit? And he's like really out of shape? Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
in favor of Donald Trump to allow him on the primary ballots.
Yeah, so I thought
the Supreme Court is likely going to save Trump and force Colorado and Maine to have Trump on the ballot, since they will be ruling on the same issue and the Maine ruling will be appealed. If they don't overturn it, that would be pretty shocking.
I don't think the Supreme Court likes Trump all that much, and I think they know Trump's a threat to them, so that's why I'm leaning in the direction of them not overturning the ruling and keeping him off the ballot. That's my guess. Could be wrong, but that's my guess. Thanks for the donation, though, Caleb.
more about that issue, and I think it doesn't say in the 14th Amendment that you need to be convicted in a court of law for insurrection, but my sense of it is, yeah, but you need to prove it in one way or another. You can't just have the judges not consider the facts of it, not have an adjudication, and then say, yes, it was an insurrection. I think it was an insurrection, and I think it's because of the fake elector plot. But you have some sort of burden to prove that it was an insurrection to meet that 14th Amendment standard, and I'm not sure that these courts have.
Like, he's already in court for it, so what they're probably going to say is he can't run until it's settled in court or something.
Have done that at this point.
I'm so glad that you said that, because that is my takeaway as well. And I don't want that to be mistaken as me saying that there's no merit to the argument that he participated in an insurrection. But there's just something not quite right about allowing the courts in these states to make that decision prior to him even going through the legal process and the indictments,
So last couple of things I'll say on it is, look, what should have happened is Merrick Garland and other prosecutors should have acted immediately after they took office to adjudicate whether it's an insurrection or not. Because if it was an insurrection, it is super important that you set a precedent that it is not allowed in this country. That you cannot try to do a coup, you can't do a fake elector plot, etc. But Merrick Garland sat on his hands for 2.5 years. Because Trump was one of the elites, and they thought, well, if we prosecute him, maybe they'll prosecute us. We never touched the powerful, and then they panicked when it looked like Trump was going to run again and win again. So keep it real. So if they hadn't sat on their hands, by now we would have gotten an adjudication on whether it was an insurrection or not in a criminal court. But they didn't do that. So now it's too late. And so look, my general philosophy is, and I'm a little bit biased here for reasons I can't discuss.
Plaintiffs in the Colorado Trump ballot ban case are requesting the Supreme Court expedite its review of an appeal filed by the state's Republican Party. The Colorado GOP is challenging the state's Supreme Court ruling that found former President Donald Trump ineligible for the presidency due to his role in the January 6 riots. In their appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court, attorneys for Colorado Republicans argue this decision fundamentally changes the course of American democracy. They also say this ruling will throw courts into similar controversies over accusations of insurrection if it's not overturned. In last week's 4-3 decision, Colorado's highest court found Trump cannot hold public office under the Constitution's so-called insurrection clause. This marked the first time a court determined a presidential candidate to be ineligible for the White House under this provision. CBS News campaign reporter Katrina Kaufman joins us now to discuss. Katrina, where does this case stand right now, and what happens next?
Yes, so the case, as you said, has been appealed to the Supreme Court now. And basically, when the Colorado Supreme Court made their decision to disqualify Trump from holding office or being on the ballot, they had put a stay on it until January 4th. The GOP's appeal has now made it so that Trump is going to stay on the primary ballot unless the Supreme Court.
This is great. Things are finally looking up for 2024.
Yeah, hopefully 2024 is a bit of a better year. Yeah, hopefully we see Israel destroy Hamas, get more military aid from the US, same with Ukraine, and we see another Biden presidency. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
Makes a decision otherwise. And both the petitioners and the GOP have asked the court to act quickly, so we'll find out hopefully soon if the Supreme Court is going to take up this case. If they don't, then the Colorado Supreme Court decision would stay.
And I want to ask more about that because just yesterday, the Michigan Supreme Court actually rejected a bid to remove former President Trump from the state's ballot. So why did this court reach a totally different decision from Colorado?
Sure. I think it's really important to emphasize that the Michigan decision is on totally different grounds. It's a procedural decision. They basically determined that the court doesn't have the ability to take a candidate off the ballot at this time. It's really up to the party to put forward their nominee for the primary ballot. And in Michigan, the petitioners can revisit this before the general election. So this wasn't a decision on the merits. They didn't make any determination about whether Donald Trump engaged in insurrection. They just said that they can't take him off the ballot at this moment in time.
And conversations like this, Katrina, are happening in many states across the country. What other state Supreme Courts are still...
She's pretty.
This is a story of somebody...
Let's see. These dogs munching. Dodo Tellers, Biden has undeniably been the most effective president in decades. I would agree. Good news of the day. Patients receiving a new mRNA vaccine for skin cancer are 49% less likely to experience reoccurrence or death. Median of 3 years after treatment. That's fascinating. So they actually have a cancer vaccine now. That is pretty amazing. It's possible in our lifetime we'll actually have a cure for cancer. Let's see.
We're one of the few animals that's completely comfortable sleeping on our backs. Just think about that. Maybe your dog can do it, but the dog is completely domesticated. They're not worried that some other animal is going to eat their guts out while they're asleep. So I wondered whether in the earliest times, and we sleep at night, so we sleep on your back and at night, and if you wake up in the middle of the night, the sky is there. Think about it. If you're only facing down and you're asleep, you have no relationship with the sky. So I just wonder whether curiosity about the night sky is something that runs deep in our DNA. We're one of the
That is Neil deGrasse
The reason
Tyson.
why I take 100 pills a day is if the budget is 2,000 calories a day and the objective is perfect nutrition and it's vegan, this is what keeps my body in that perfect state. And so this is why a lot of people who do try to go vegan or do...
I think he's underweight. I think he should like gain probably 10 pounds.
caloric
He's, like, ridiculously lean. He has like a skull face.
restriction fail is because their body's missing critical, important pieces of nutrition. So this is what I did, is I put myself on this, I call this my autonomous self. It's at 2,000 calories a day, an hour of exercise a day, it's vegan, and I just let my body run. So looked at muscle mass, body fat, and I measure all these things, full body MRI of fat, of liver, and then we say, how is this doing? And it's working. Like it basically has tuned my body to near perfect health.
So he says.
I was applying to colleges and high
I think he's underweight. Like 2,000 calories for a guy who's active, exercises, that's like really, really little.
school. I already knew I wanted to study the universe at age 17 because I knew at age 9. So my applications were dripping with the universe. I was accepted at Cornell. The admissions office, unknown to me, sent my application to Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan then sent me a letter saying, I understand that you're considering Cornell. If you come by and visit, I'd be happy to show you the lab. And I said, is this Carl Sagan? Is this, I showed it to Mom, Dad, could this be? And it was. I wrote back and I said, yeah, we'll go up in 2 weekends. He met me on a Saturday morning in the snow, gave me a tour of his lab. I'm in his office. He reaches back, pulls out one of his books, signs it to me. Time for me to leave. He drives me to the bus station. It's snowing a little heavier. He writes his home phone on a sheet of paper, said, if the bus can't get through, call me, spend the night at our place. And I thought to myself, who am I? I'm just some high school kid. And to this day, I have this duty to respond to students who are inquiring about the universe as a career path, to respond to them in the way that Carl Sagan had responded to me. I was applying to colleges in high school. I already knew.
Oh, this is such a sweet kitty. Hey, little kitty. Oh my goodness. Emo is so goddamn cute. You're just a little noodle. My goodness. You're so noodle-like. Alright, well thanks, Dodo. Appreciate it. Dodo Donated Tillers, Biden's campaign has been saving up big time on money that they will drop on ads closer to the election, while Trump has been spending everything, plus Trump will have to spend everything on his legal battles. He's going to lose 40% to 60%. Yeah, it's great. I love how his chances are like absolutely minimized. It's perfect. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Bootycum donated $2. Do you agree? Let me see.
that. And on the ball, I'm only doing that. So
Can't say I agree. Thanks for the donation, though, Booty Chem. Dodo Tellers, if we had a vaccine for cancer but not a cure, only a vaccine that was highly effective and safe, do you think people like RFK Jr. and Trump, Republicans, would tell people not to take it? Oh, absolutely. I can guarantee you they'd say not to take it. That is pretty great, though, that we have a vaccine for skin cancer right now. But thanks, Dodo. Muffins and Tellers, I know you remember this glorious scene. I never watched Courage the Cowardly Dog, so I do not remember.
Stay calm. You're fine. Oh. There we go. Oh, what the...
Yeah, I do not understand. Thanks for the donation, though, Muffins.
One of the biggest losers I've ever seen. I particularly like this example when he's on a beach and these guys confront him and all he can do is hide and shout behind his security guards again.
what? Yo, just don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. All right, relax. What? I didn't say shit. You guys, don't record me. You guys just try to act. It was my boy. It was my boy. Dude, listen, come here. Listen, I can hear you. If he keeps recording, I'm gonna break the camera. I don't care. Then you're gonna get kicked out of your school, and you're gonna have to talk to your parents. I'm not gonna get kicked out of shit. You're gonna explain to your parents. Listen, don't touch me. Don't touch me. Hey, just go back to your jail cell.
Dude, Zerka got his ass kicked by that random fucking dude he picked a fight with. That was so great.
I was fine with you guys at first, but you guys wanted to act like all cool. You're not cool. You guys are in school. School is not cool. I know. What's up? Kids are drunk. It's good. I get it. You guys shouldn't drink if it makes you angry then. Angry drunks, grr.
That might be some of the lamest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Angry drunks, grr.
If the way he's acting tough, but hiding behind his security guard.
I was fine with you guys at first, but you guys wanted to act like all...
You can tell what a little dweeb this Jack kid is. He's been around for a while. He was on Dr. Phil because he was pranking his brother too much.
Look out. Jackie.
My younger brother looks up to you and wants to be just like you when he grows up. You are his idol. He wants to literally be you. Well, I don't know if he can be quite as depressed and miserable as me. That takes a lot of work. But, you know, gotta start somewhere. Dodo, Donity Tiller, someone needs to do a deep fake of AI, Joe Rogan, and RFK Jr. on his podcast talking about how there's all these side effects that people are saying they got from the cancer vaccine, and they'll say there's not enough research, it was rushed, what else? They also have to claim it has some depopulation fucking agenda behind it, and it makes you infertile. I know RFK Jr. said stupid shit like that. I can guarantee you, like, somebody's going to ask RFK about it, and he's going to say, oh, there's no research supporting it, and crap like that, you know. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Well, thank you for that 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Hi, Mike. Okay, Jack. Come up, Jack. Michael. Jack. Oh, stop! Ah! Don't touch my camera. Stop. Don't touch Michael, Jack! Michael, stop! Stop!
I think that was great content. I mean, I deserved it.
The only thing this little shows is social media views, clout.
Your brother Michael joins us now. He believes Jack pushes his pranks too far. Michael, thanks for joining us.
Yo, looking back on it, it was funny though. Come on, that was great. You popped me like 3 times in the face. I think that was great content.
I mean,
I deserved it.
Looking back on it, I guess you could say that it was funny, but
hey.
in the moment, it was not that funny.
That was your new car, right?
Mm-hmm. Daddy bought it.
Yeah, and also I thought he was gonna crash or something, and also I think he was just trying.
If I crash a car, I would buy a new one. Let's be real. No worries.
I'm talking to your brother, and you're interrupting.
You're right.
Nothing else will compute in his little Play-Doh brain.
I know a lot of internet influencers. They're always successful when the joke's on them. I think if you would morph things into being more creative and...
I think they're so creative. No one's ever done those types of stuff.
Okay, we're done here.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to give him some advice, and he wants to talk rather than listen.
Don't interrupt him.
He's very hard to get along with. I'm sorry.
Here's Jack recently getting attacked by 2 guys because, according to community notes, he was swearing in public while a family man asked him to avoid any slur language around his kids. He then told his security that his sweater was not appropriate. As you'll see, the security guard's sweaters aren't appropriate for little kids. And then this happened.
We got out of there, mofo. Let's go.
Watch your language. There's kids around here.
I didn't say any curse words. What'd I say?
Just watch your language.
What'd I say?
You got a stupid shirt on over there.
Yeah. Your kids can't read, though.
What are you talking about?
Your kids can't read, can they?
I'm sure your kids watch.
Get away from me.
You started talking to me, buddy.
Get away from me.
You get away from me. Watch your kids. Go walk away.
You got something to say, you mother?
McKinley, back up.
What's your problem?
Every clip of his dickhead is him getting into some trouble or doing some dumb shit with his security guard. I have no sympathy when this guy gets absolutely...
Dodo Nutellers, oh my god, I have idea. You need to do a skit where you open with the breaking news of FDA-approved vaccine that prevents cancer, then of Joe Rogan podcast with RFK Jr., and Joe Rogan... Peterson retarded anti-vax nonsense while proclaiming they're not anti-vax. Maybe I could think of a skit like that of RFK Jr. being interviewed by like the news or something about it. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
Put in his place. You'll be glad to know it has happened. The security guard can't always be there to save little Play-Doh boy. Exhibit A.
Y'all gotta shake hands. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. We're cool. Whoa.
I love how he runs off crying at the end. Yeah, you fully deserve it the way you go about, Jack. You f*** around, you're going to find out. If you're going to go around with security, why do you need security? You're not that famous. Much bigger, high-profile people go out without security than you. The only reason you want security is because you want to be able to f*** people for your live stream, for your content joke. These people don't live in the real world. They live in...
You to get out the store.
I'm sorry, I was just playing around.
Off the chain. You need to get out the store.
Can we stop and we'll just buy something?
You need to get out the store.
Okay, I'll get out the store. Sorry.
Don't take pictures of me. I'll break your camera.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will.
I doubt it. I'm 15. You'll go to jail.
I don't care if you're 15.
You'll go to jail.
You respect me.
All right, you need respect. Oh, hey! Ricky!
He fucking lied about that. He said the security guard punched him, but there was like another camera angle. And he just fucking lied. They finally got him.
Jack Doherty finally got what he deserved. If you don't know this guy, just imagine the saddest, most pathetic, bottom-tier human being you could... The fame has gotten to his head for sure, because he started acting like an insufferable D-bag and has been going viral. I just tried to grab the camera.
Oh, let's go!
When he's politely asked big.
Get away.
You get away from me. Watch your kids. Go walk away.
You got something to say, you mother? Hey. What's your problem?
Okay, that was absolutely.
Dude, why the hell can't you like show Jack getting like punched or something on YouTube? It's fucking lame.
So over the last month or so, we have seen these in real life absolutely stomped out. Like I promise you, if this was you guys the clip you.
Fuck, that is so stupid. Like, there's so many fucking videos of fights, and then, like, YouTube's forcing people to censor Jack Doherty getting his ass kicked? That's lame.
If you took an IQ test against Destiny, who do you think would score higher? I'm sure you're gonna say you would score way higher, but I think it would be way closer than you'd like to admit.
Well, IQ tests test a variety of things, and, I don't think they're particularly good at really testing critical thinking skills. So things like memory recall, word associations, things like that, I think Destiny and I would probably be pretty even. I don't know about math, but I don't know. He may or may not score higher than me. Like, at the end of the day, it's just a standardized test. I don't think it really tests the type of intelligence that people are really concerned with, which I think is critical thinking. Thanks for the donation, though, N-word. Bootycom donated $2. Let me see.
Down with her, and we like started bringing up, asking her about Quran and Hadith passages. She would have absolutely no clue what we're talking about. She has absolutely no familiarity with what Islam teaches at all. Period.
Also, you're misjudging her. I watched a different video of her. She says that she didn't convert, that she converted to Islam not because of TikTok. She converted to Islam after reading a book that is called something. We'll have a look at that in a second. Actually, let's continue.
But as time is going on, it's becoming more and more warped in my head, and it's just basically revealed to me that I cannot continue to create content in this community. I don't want to be part of it. I don't want to feel like this. I don't want to walk down the street and feel scared that some random creepy man is going to recognize me. Feel scared.
Isn't this insane? I mean,
then wear a burqa. Wear a burqa. It's your fault. Your fault that we make you feel completely uncomfortable all the time.
I mean, she converts to Islam and she is actually she receives
and has to go into hiding.
And she is basically scared that she will be harassed.
Recognized by Muslims.
By Muslims. She will be harassed by Muslims. Yes, this is an important thing to point out here. Not harassed by people who...
Is that really surprising? Like, we know the Muslim community online is toxic as fuck.
No. Harassed by Muslims after converting.
Yeah, after converting.
By Muslims.
Dude. That's pretty hilarious. Well, I guess you learned your lesson, didn't you? Religion of peace. Thanks for that donation, Bootycum. Let's watch one more video. Jonathan Majors is found guilty.
You hired either A, an incompetent lawyer, or B, ran with a really bad strategy for their defense. That's right, sisters. This ain't our fight. This one ain't one of ours. Sit this one out, sisters.
You said the same thing with Pirates of the Caribbean. You said the same thing. I said they're going to call back Johnny. And they called back Johnny. You said either...
No, they didn't. They didn't call him back. Jonathan Majors, a lot of folks wanted us to cover it. I did some readings on it. If you aren't aware who Jonathan Majors is...
It's a star.
I've never seen any of his movies, so I didn't know who he was for a long time.
I have.
But essentially, this guy was like the face of the MCU, apparently. Yeah, he got embroiled in some domestic, ended up costing him everything. Went to trial, and just a few days ago, he was found guilty on 2 of the 4 charges. Now, a lot of people feel some type of way. Some people saw the released footage of Jonathan Majors running away from his girlfriend, which I think is worth watching.
Blocks.
Because...
Bro, that was
she
not,
chased him down in heels like a Terminator.
That was not running away. That was a whole ass marathon. This was a chase you see in movies where they running and they be jumping over fences and stuff like that.
I gotta take a look at this. Video shows Jonathan Majors being chased by Grace Jabari after alleged violent encounter. Actor's ex-girlfriend chased him down in New York City after what prosecutors say was a violent March encounter inside the backseat of a car service. So he ran away. What the fuck? She can run pretty fast in high heels, dude. She's keeping up. Okay, if she's alleging abuse, like, that is bizarre that she's chasing him for that long in fucking high heels. Dude, she's still going after him. Holy shit, she's like running in front of cars and shit to get at him. This is not how people act when they're getting fucking abused. Okay, that is crazy.
And you're like, where are they going? How long are they running? I can't run for that long. They've been running for that long.
So this is them in the car. Allegedly, they're essentially fighting over his phone because she claims she saw texts from another woman.
So she took his phone and he's trying to put him, to take the phone back. Anyways.
So it's them fighting. And then you see him walking away. He yanks her off, tells her, get away from me. And he starts hightailing it, and he pushes her off, and he runs. And she chases him.
Goddamn.
And she's chasing him in heels. She says, give me that phone back. Who's that whore? I thought I was supposed to be your Michelle Obama. Is this what Barack is doing to his girl? And she's running. She's not giving up.
Blocks, bruh.
Listen, if people fought for their marriage the way she's...
Dude.
Did you ever get around to watching Creed 3? I thought it was pretty good.
No, I didn't get around to watching Creed 3. I gotta check that out. What's his name? The guy who plays the main character in it. I think he looks fucking hilarious. He's not good at acting. So I've been meaning to watch it. Thanks for the donation though, Kim.
He's chasing after him. I think nobody would get divorced. She see oncoming traffic. She said, I love you, nigga. She said the N-word. Is that in the audio? No, but I just want to believe she did.
Jeez, turning the corner.
Hey, there's some little rental bikes. You know what I'm saying?
Another block.
Oh, wait, there's more. The video keeps going.
Yeah, no, it's long. It's very long.
So she chases him.
It's very long.
She chases him. And this is where a lot of the contention comes into play because people see that video and they're like, clearly this man is not the aggressor. Why was he found guilty? And let's read some of the charges. According to the criminal complaint, Majors hit Jabari's face, twisted her arm, and fractured her finger during a fight in a chauffeured car. That's the video that we saw. She provided video evidence or picture evidence. You can see some of the wounds.
Jokes on Marvel now. They are having a hard time finding an actor to replace Jonathan Majors after firing him.
Like, I do not understand how this guy could get, like, convicted or found guilty of abuse when clearly this bitch he's with is fucking crazy. That is fucked up. Like, yeah, this seems like some Johnny Depp shit. Thanks for the donation though, Dono.
Behind her ear, you can see the bruising to her fingers.
She fucking did that to herself.
And so they're saying the evidence presented throughout this trial illustrated a cycle of psychological and emotional abuse.
Oh, psychological and emotional abuse, right. But when she's the one attacking him, that's all cool.
Escalating patterns of coercion far too common across many intimate partner violence cases we see in every day, said Alvin Bragg in a statement. Today, a jury determined that pattern of abuse and coercion culminated with Mr. Majors assaulting and harassing his girlfriend.
She assaulted him. Like, he literally had to run away.
Now, it's a bit of a loaded thing. It's not really what the charges say, but that's what the lawyer's going to say because he wants to make it seem like the biggest win, right? Because prosecutors got to do that whenever. So he was found not guilty, assault in the third degree, injury intentional. He was found not guilty of it being intentional. And he was found not guilty of aggravated harassment, second degree, intentional. Okay. What he was found guilty of was physical injury, reckless, and
that is bullshit. Dude, she's the one who fucking started it.
Harassment of second degree.
Harassment in second degree, not a crime. What the fuck? What is this?
Intentional. So the difference between aggravated harassment and harassment is basically like one of them is a misdemeanor, which means like you're just getting a fine, versus one's actual criminal record, and it'll stay there. So aggravated harassment would be much more serious than harassment in the second degree.
Like her chasing him down the street, like, isn't harassment?
And the difference between the intentional assault in the third degree versus reckless is...
Dude, the only reason he was found guilty of this shit is because he's a black guy and she's a white woman. That is the only fucking reason. Fucking white woman privilege for you. Like, holy crap, clearly she's the one who's a crazy fucking bitch. Super fucking aggressive. And he was running away from her.
Sometimes you can just engage in behavior that's seen as reckless.
And now without him the future of the MCU is rightly so wed.
Oh my god. There's BMO. Hey BMO. Don't step on my keyboard, thank you. Yeah, look at BMO. Oh my god. You have the cutest little face. Look at BMO's face, everybody. Look at that cat's face. That's amazing. You have such a cute little face. My goodness. So cute.
And hurt somebody, but they don't think it's premeditated or with intention to hurt the other person. So for example, let's say you bump...
Oh yeah, and the MCU is already screwed, isn't it? Like... Nobody's watching those shitty-ass fucking movies. I think it's screwed with or without him.
Into somebody while you're running down the street and you hurt them severely as you're running, you push right through them. That could be seen depending on like the person being old and different things like that, and how you should have known better than to just run through the street and bulldoze over people like that. That could be seen as reckless. That's what he was found guilty of. So it doesn't really follow with the statement of the lawyer who says like, oh, well, the jury found that there was a pattern and coercion and all that stuff. They're just saying in the heat of a moment in what is essentially a very toxic relationship between two people, he engaged in reckless injury.
He clearly didn't do anything reckless. She stole his phone, he got it back, and she injured herself whilst trying to steal his phone and attack him. That is fucked. And this whole narrative that he is an abuser, like, clearly fucking horseshit. They didn't even find that in the fucking trial.
Now, I'll let you go first. What do you think about everything that you've heard so far? Oh, just to be clear too, it did cost him his job. The MCU fired him right afterwards, or Disney did. It's cost him all his acting gigs, all of his commercials. So this dude was the rising star. Everybody's looking out for him. And now his career is pretty much...
Wow, dude. Fucking talk about racism to the fucking highest degree. Black guy who's a rising star, has like a great career and a great up and coming career, gets with some crazy fucking white bitch who attacked him, and then he loses his fucking job over it.
Much over or dead in the water as of right now. So as a consequence, he suffered. Yeah, I don't think he did it. I just think he's got bad lawyers.
Yeah.
You think? Yeah. They were essentially trying to paint him as like some good man who wouldn't do this kind of stuff. And I'm like, if you'd have just gone the self-defense route, I don't think you would have lost. I don't know why he was going through this route. It's like nothing ever happened. And then you see the pictures, like clearly she got hurt. And there was a tussle. There's no doubt about that. You can see it on camera. So, going that route is so stupid to me. It's like if somebody takes your possession, by law, you're allowed to use force to get it back. Now, it has to be proportionate. But grabbing someone and pushing them away as you're grabbing back your phone, 100%. It doesn't change because that person is your girlfriend. It doesn't change because that person is your wife. If they grab something from you, you're allowed to physically grab them and push them off as you grab your stuff. The reckless thing, it's hard for even I'm the jury to find him not guilty of that because he clearly did hurt her.
Yeah.
And if you're not even going to make the affirmative defense of like, well, she had my possession and I was taking it back, then I can't give you the not guilty verdict because you did hurt her. You did. Yeah. You don't have an explanation for why. Right. You're claiming it didn't happen, but we can see the video. Yeah. And we can see the pictures. So you clearly did hurt her. You know? If it's like this, you're running down the street. Okay? You run into an old woman recklessly. And then they ask you afterwards, after she gets injured, why did you do that? And you're like, I never did that. I can see you hurt the person. But if you say, no, there was a shooting down the block and I was running away, then the motive actually changes it. So it's the same injury, same circumstances. It becomes acceptable because there's a reason why you were bolting it down the street.
I'm still going to be guilty.
Exactly. Yeah. He didn't provide a good reason for why. And I'm just like, bro, just say self-defense. Yeah, maybe from a PR standpoint, it won't look like the best thing to your future career. But now you have a guilty charge on something you shouldn't have a guilty charge. Because if you think about it, right, the law...
I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to try to submit an appeal.
Doesn't change because the other person's your partner. It doesn't change because the other person's small, provided the injuries are proportionate. Now, if you'd have given her 2 black eyes and stomped out one of her legs, and like, okay, obviously that's not proportional. Then you're much more severe injuries. But the injuries were very consistent with people tussling over a phone. And then with the video evidence of him running away and him basically saying, listen, this girl was trying to invade my privacy, whatever the fuck it might be, and I need to get away from her because she's taking my stuff. That's a defense that makes more sense to me. But just going there like, oh...
In Rocky 2, Rocky chases a chicken to get in shape. But for next Creed movie, Jonathan Majors' character should be chased around by his girlfriend as part of his training.
That would actually be pretty hilarious. They should do that. Thanks for the donation, niggas in Paris.
She tried to record Jonathan Majors when she came home drunk as fuck to try and make him look bad, but all he did was tell her that his career is blowing up and she needs to represent herself better if she's going to be with him. She's a dumb bitch.
Yeah, Jesus. Imagine losing millions of dollars over a dumb fucking bitch like this. It is just fucking crazy. If you are a up-and-coming Hollywood celebrity, especially if you're fucking black or ethnic, you should only mess around with prostitutes. Like, that's it. Like, there's literally no reason to have a fucking relationship if you're in a position like that. Like, holy fuck, dude. Like, if a prostitute were to allege this, nobody's gonna believe them, okay? And it's in an entirely transactional relationship. Like, give me the money and then we're good. And if like anything gets alleged, okay, well, she's a fucking crack whore. So, you know, you can walk away from it. Don't like, it's just way too fucking risky to deal with fucking whack jobs like this. Thanks for the donation though, Vegan Ninja.
He's a good man. He would never do this. She was actually the abuser. That's stupid to me.
I think the thing that he was saying that he didn't do was the abuse, the verbal abuse and the coercion and stuff like that. Because when he was saying one evidence that they showed was the speech that he was giving her. It's like, yo, listen, I'm being great. I'm doing great stuff. I don't want you to come home and being drunk like that. Like, Michelle Obama wouldn't do this. It started naming up a whole bunch of people. You know, harassment. All that people, all those people. It's like, no, I did not yell at her. Which in the evidence, I don't see that he was yelling. He was talking to his wife.
Let me see if I can find that video.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox 9.
Okay, this
on
is
trial
the...
for allegedly assault and Major's agent. All the
What's the video?
Shocking evidence was released today in the trial of actor Jonathan Majors, accused of assaulting his ex-girlfriend. The video shows Majors inside the apartment he shared with dancer Grace Jabari. He's followed up the stairs by NYPD, and what they find is jaw-dropping. Inside a walk-in closet, his ex-girlfriend is sprawled across the floor, covered by a plaid blanket. She seems disoriented. Majors called 911 after he
She's playing it up. Yeah, she is totally playing it up. You can see she has crazy eyes. Why did he even get with this girl? She's just fucking nuts. You can see it just in her eyes.
Floor covered by a plaid blanket. She seems disoriented. Majors called 911 after he discovered her on the floor.
What happened exactly? Do you know?
No, I don't know. She's unconscious. She's naked from the bottom down. She has a sweatshirt on. She's my ex-partner. We broke up.
He then explained how he couldn't get into the apartment.
I banged on the door. I've been at the apartment for about 40 minutes now. I couldn't get in. I finally went downstairs and asked the doorman to help us. They let me in via the handyman.
Prosecutors say a fight started the night before when Jabari saw this
God.
text message on the actor's phone.
Yeah, she's fucking nuts. Why is she must do good anal or something? She's fucking insane.
Wish I was kissing you right now. It was apparently meant for another woman. Also part of the newly released evidence, photos taken by Jabari of what appears to be bruises on her finger.
Jesus Christ. So the only fucking evidence they had against him was her talking to her saying, look, you can't be acting like this. I have a up and coming career and you're like just being disrespectful. And then they're playing that to see, he's abusive. He's telling her to fucking, you know, act like a fucking adult. Wow.
Yeah, was he scolding her?
Is that his wife?
His girl.
Okay.
His girl.
Sorry.
Yeah, no.
All right,
Yeah,
I just don't want you to give the wife treatment to a girlfriend. It's different. It's different. Until you put a ring on it, don't be using certain terms, because then you're gonna expect wife treatment from a girlfriend. Him talking about be my brush. Did he put a ring on it? I don't think so. Michelle is a wife.
Yeah, but she was Michelle before. In order for you to proceed to be a wife, you gotta be a wife before. You gotta be the material before.
That's what you think. I heard Barack married her right away.
Anyways, that's besides the point.
Yeah.
Can we proceed?
With the girlfriend. We can't proceed with her. Not the wife.
All right, I'll proceed with the girlfriend.
Go for it.
So, this is
go.
So, scolding his girlfriend like, oh, we're not supposed to do that? If I'm disappointed in, if my girl is scolding me is because she wants me to do better. Doesn't mean that she's mad at me or doesn't mean, no, I'm not necessarily mad, but doesn't mean that she doesn't love me or she's trying to be toxic or whatever, whatnot. Like, I think that narrative was thrown out there to be like,
but I don't think they
didn't
find him guilty of that.
I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is the I did not do thing was towards that. I think I didn't. He didn't say I didn't.
No, he said he never put hands on her. He said he never hurt her. How is that your defense when there's clear physical evidence of the injuries? And the reason why he did that, you want to know the real reason why he did that? What? Is because he wanted to keep all of his jobs. It was really important, I suspect. I don't actually know this. I suspect because they wanted the good PR, he had to go with, I did nothing, and the courts are going to prove it.
But he can't.
It didn't work out in court, and now it backfired because now he got a criminal record, and now the public thinks he really beat her. Versus, at least if he said, try to snatch my phone and we got into a tussle, it still sounds terrible from a PR standpoint, right? Because like you said, it's a woman who's smaller, all that stuff.
And you're still going to lose your job.
But now you have a criminal record. Like, what you want me to say? I don't know. I just thought that was a dumb part to me. I think this is a mutually bad relationship for both parties. Okay,
it's possible.
And you're seeing her run after him in the streets, doing all this stuff. You can clearly see she's not all up there either. These are two people who were saying weird stuff and doing weird stuff to each other. Was it like they was beating on each other? It doesn't look like it. They don't really have physical evidence of that to that degree.
You don't have to get to that degree.
Hey Richard, in regard to your recent debate with the preacher, I've had better success asking non-vegans if they would have been in favor of killing and eating Neanderthals. People's brain shut off with when you introduce aliens for some reason.
I will try that hypothetical. I've seen I think what's his name? Nutrivore use that analogy before. So we'll see. Neanderthals, Homo habilis, or one of our ancient ancestors. I could try that. Thanks for the donation, Saxby.
Agree for it to be toxic.
Yeah. But, that video is pretty much what sealed the deal for him, plus the physical evidence. I just think his lawyers did a bad job. So all the people saying this is a miscarriage of justice, I don't think so.
You think you're gonna go to?
I don't think it's a miscarriage of justice. I just think this is bad lawyers.
You think he's gonna be?
They always appeal. They always appeal. Does it really matter? Like most people who appeal, like 95% of them don't get anywhere with it. So they'll appeal. But like you missed the chance. And now even if you appeal and you succeed, like people are still going to say you were found guilty. So I don't know. That's what I thought watching this.
Everybody loses.
What do you think?
That's fucked.
It's very unfortunate. Then again, one thing that we have to note is that the jury was not 100% on everything. Like what I mean by that, it was like when you fight and there's a split decision, that's what it was. Not everybody was agreeing with all those things. That's why we have like kind of a split with the decision of the jury. The jury was not. All of them were not agreeing with, yeah, he did that or that was clear or anything like that. People was like, yes, no. So it came to that conclusion anyways. There's always something that is weird to me whenever there's people in the public like that and it goes out in the open and then everything is known. I understand why it's done, but it's just, there's something that is very off about it's like you really want to hurt.
You may like this or you may hate it, just want to see you listen to it. Thanks.
Kind of dig it. I'll listen to that later, so I don't get a copyright thing on stream, but I kind of dig it. Thanks for the donation, Gaining his VG.
Hurt the person more than just getting reparation or for what happened or anything like that. You wouldn't necessarily want to. No, he did something bad to me, but it's like you want to hurt his whole career, and that's something that's kind of weird for me. I understand why it's happening, but it's I don't know why it hurts me it hurts me a bit. I don't know why I'm like I don't know why is that happening like that. Should we do that? I ask myself the question of like, why is it so public? But then again, I understand it's Hollywood. People want to know, and people will know, and it's something that is relevant to some people. Every time there's a problem with like stars, everybody.
I'm even mad at her for going public because this stuff got out, right? It gets out, people start spinning narratives. If I'm not me, not only did I find out you cheating on me, you making me look stupid, but now you're trying to make me, oh no, I'm telling everybody everything. This man.
So Playback, remember last video we did about Twitch and about how just
drop, man. So they technically got
the
Twitch
Twitch
thing. So it's not TOS, but if we put a black bar in front of us, we're simulating he went ballistic.
Yes,
that clip was bananas. Playground, they couldn't give less a fuck if they got banned.
They're selling their prawn. That's literally all they're doing.
I know.
For those who don't know Boogie, I know he just an overweight slob of a man. I mean, I'm fat, and my goodness, he makes me look skinny. That's how big he is. Yo, Boogie is so fat. He was like, technically speaking, y'all are not going to be able to see my dick because my belly rolls over my penis so much that it is still censorship. And literally was on the platform butt ass naked, bro. I want y'all to really think about how quickly this escalated, bro.
Dude.
It's been like a week.
A week or two, just like that.
The children.
Dude, Twitch is so stupid.
Sad part is most of the women doing this don't have.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
One example, let's say you don't want to kill animals, but you have a humane mousetrap in your basement. And you like animals, right? So you save the mouse. And so what do? When you catch it, what do they do? Release it back into the wild. Guaranteeing the mouse gets eaten whole by an owl or pecked apart by all manner of woodland predators. So the safest thing to do with your mouse is to leave it in your basement. If you really care.
I lived in Colorado.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson's a fucking moron when it comes to animal rights. You don't have any... There's no moral requirement for you to keep mice in your basement, so putting them back outside is not a moral wrong.
For a while, next to an ashram, talking to the woman who runs it, and she sprayed Raid all over these ants. And I go, what are you doing? And she's like, well, it's unfortunate, but you know, we have to address the fact that we have an infestation of insects. I'm like, you just mass killed all these living
They're fucking
beings.
ants.
Well, you're espousing the benefits of Buddhism.
So people...
Yeah, they're fucking stupid.
Popular vote, where those...
Let's see.
You use the device of saying, what would an alien say?
Yes.
If they came here to Earth from outer space and they saw our wars, our politics. So what do you think said alien would say?
So the alien comes upon Earth, beautiful blue marble, orbiting the sun. And then they learn that there's a species that has spread itself across all of the land. They say, oh, that's a very productive, very successful species. And then they come down and they say, oh, wait a minute, that same species has drawn lines on this otherwise contiguous set of land masses. And these lines, you can't cross them unless you have special papers. Not only that, they've divided themselves by who they worship, what their skin color is, what their, how they dress, where resources are and where they're not, on a level where they will even commit violence, even all-out war.
Okay.
Demographics, age, health status. So it's extremely hard to do that.
Amanda, let me see.
Is this shit true or just an exaggeration?
A little secret about Canada that no one's really talking about outside of Canada. And like, I know that some people in America are aware of this, right? But anyone talks about Canada, they go, oh, healthcare is free, blah, blah, blah. And I do know that some people are aware, like, well, you do have to wait longer, you know? Ooh,
Wait times are not any longer.
understatement of the century, okay? In Canada, you'll probably die first before you get the
Wait times are not longer than in the US. It's a myth.
help you need. Like, you'll literally, and I'm not joking, that's not me being dramatic. There are doctors that know that if they're handing out certain diagnoses, totally treatable if you do it in time, but they know they're not going to be able to see a specialist in that time. So they just know these people are going to die because they cannot get help.
Yeah, she's literally lying and has no evidence for this.
I have been dealing with literally pain in my liver. I can't see a doctor. Can't see a doctor. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what's going on. There just literally aren't enough physicians. It's not that
She's probably not even having pain in her liver. She's probably getting pain in her, in the muscles in between her ribs.
they're picking and choosing and picking poorly. They literally just don't have physicians. There's nobody here. There's nobody here. So you want to come here?
There's a shortage of doctors, I know, in British Columbia right now, but in most other provinces there are not.
Want to be like, oh, I want to get free healthcare. You'll probably die first. Okay, I've been on a wait list for a general practitioner, a GP, for 6 months. And you can...
Yeah, okay, well, she has a little pain in her side, big deal. That's probably why she's on a wait list for longer, but yeah, she's just full of crap. You can look at the data. Wait times in Canada aren't any worse than in the United States. Thanks for that donation, though, the man.
That what we can say is, I'll just pull up. This is the COVID weekly death rate by vaccination status, all ages in the U.S. That orange line at the top shows unvaccinated compared to vaccinated and vaccinated with booster. And I mean, it's hard to dispute that a lot of people who would have otherwise died from COVID, looking at that, probably lived because of the vaccine. So again, you've got your book, you've got your footnotes, we've got some slides we pulled up today, we've got notes to sources, and people can, sort these things out. But I just, want to make the case that it's possible to be critical of the way that the government approached this and kind of the heavy-handedness with which some of the COVID vaccines were mandated, while accepting that there were some serious benefits as well. And that's where I stand with this at the end of the day.
I'm happy to show you graphs that show the opposite, and I'm happy to show you the public data, and that is generally acknowledged now. that there was not a greater death rate among the vaccinated than that the greater death rate, the higher death rates were among the vaccinated. And I'll tell you one of the problem, the way that graph,
he cannot provide any evidence.
deceptions in that graph is the way they calculated vaccinated. Because the way they calculated it for that graph is that you were unvaccinated until 2 weeks after your second vaccine.
Right, because that's when it has full protection kicked in, according to the CDC.
That is not an issue with data collection. How is that a problem with data collection? Like, okay. So if you were vaccinated and you waited 2 weeks and you're considered vaccinated, if you're in that category, you have a way lower likelihood of dying. That's not an issue with data collection.
Right, but the big death rate, if you look at all the Johns Hopkins data, the big death rate from the vaccine, and because people were getting COVID right after getting vaccinated, and the big death rates then were happening immediately after the first vaccine. So those death rates were counted among unvaccinated people, even though they were vaccinated. And that's what your graph is picking up, that artifact.
So it's actually picking up that the vaccines cause excess deaths.
Well, the vaccines,
That literally makes no fucking sense at all. Please explain how, like that couldn't even be explained with survivor bias. Then why the fuck are people who are vaccinated in that category, why do they have a lower risk of death?
Don't trust me. Go and look at the graphs, the Johns Hopkins graphs that died suddenly, and you will see that, yes, that is true.
Can I ask, just as a general closing thought, and I'm going to give you the last word here. In a RFK America, would, that which is not...
Yeah, RFK Jr. is a fucking whack job, dude.
Their goal was, look, we want it looked at whether or not these particular type of voting laws should have been enacted and what that would have meant then. Would that have tilted the balance for one state to another? Now, I don't know. In the 1870s, Democrats, maybe the laws they're suggesting, I'm just guessing, are that people of certain colors that were former slaves or something like that voted, and perhaps they shouldn't have been allowed.
Have a talent. That's why they resorted to doing this.
Yep.
She's actually good.
Oh, we kind of covered her toxic husband and all the things they were going.
Now I have auto tracking. The other girls, they have to sit and be still. It's like a video game character. Safe version of Baldur's Gate.
I was just not expecting that to look at that when I open up the stream.
Now, again, if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. But just accept the fact that this is who you are. Accept the fact that this is the type of...
Twitch is fucking lost, dude. Alright, Dr. Grundy on lectins, inflammation, leaky gut. So this is with Dr. Mike and Dr. Danielle Bellardo.
I have 25 million subscribers of people who listen to every word I say and correct every mistake I make. And I could tell you how your information very confidently lands with them. And it doesn't land in the way you intend it to. And I just urge that in your upcoming books and the speeches that you make, just take that into consideration. Because when you make statements like apples are horrible, the worst thing you could do for your mitochondria is a fruit smoothie, it's not just taking a little bit of liberty with information, it's truly misleading people to make bad decisions for their health. That's all I'll say. Dr. Stephen Gundry is a cardiothoracic surgeon who found success leaving the operating room and shifting his focus to prevention, along with writing several best-selling books, including The Plant Paradox and his upcoming book titled Gut Check. You may have seen his content across social media highlighting his very controversial claim that certain healthy foods are actually bad for you. His most popular claim is that foods like beans, tomatoes, whole grains, and bell peppers are actually unhealthy because they contain proteins called lectins and therefore are destroying your gut. This has drawn sharp criticism from the medical and nutrition community at large, given the great amount of evidence showing that those who eat those foods are significantly healthier, have lower risk factors, and do not require the removal of such foods. Being fully honest here, I was one of those critics. So when Dr. Gundry's team reached out for him to come on the checkup, I made sure that we stated early and openly that if he were to come on, it would likely be a critical conversation. To his credit, he welcomed the debate. I also mentioned, given that he is a cardiac specialist and I am a family medicine doc, I would like to bring in Dr. Danielle Bellardo, who is a cardiologist heavily focused on research surrounding disease prevention. In fact, she's on the committee that puts forth new guidelines aiming to decrease the number one killer of all of us.
Yeah, Danielle Bellardo is really smart.
Heart disease. Dr. Gundry again agreed, so here we go, the Checkup Podcast. Well, we're talking about heart disease prevention, and it's great to have two people who are passionate about heart disease prevention because for myself as a primary care provider, so many of my patients come in too late already with heart disease, and then we're focusing on trying to reverse that not just through medication methods, but also giving them some lifestyle modifications, and that takes a lot of work because currently the American Standard Diet is an absolute disaster. The things my patients are consuming, high ultra processed foods, very, very problematic. But Dr. Gundry, I'd like to start with you because part of, I would say, your success on social media and with your books, The Plant Paradox, has been that the advice doctors, the medical system, gives to patients when it comes to diets, including what we call healthy foods, are actually unhealthy. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I think that's certainly my observation over the last 50 odd years that I've been doing this. As a heart surgeon, we knew that if we put a stent in someone or did a bypass, we'd probably see them for their next procedure in 5 to 7 years in general. And we were taught that this was inevitable and there's not much we could do to slow down the process. Statins, blood pressure medications, lifestyle modifications, exercise more. But in fact, those were really piddly little things in the scheme of things. So
the idea that statins barely make any difference to heart disease risk is a stupid claim.
When I, 28 years ago, watched a gentleman from Miami, Florida, Big Ed in all my books, reverse 50% of the blockages in his coronary arteries, which
there has never been any, even a fucking case report of somebody reducing blockages in their arteries by 50%. There's not even a fucking single case report.
were basically totally occluded. In 6 months' time, with a diet and taking a bunch of supplements willy-nilly from a health food store, I knew that he was onto something and spent the last 28 years figuring out.
Show me the case report. There's not even a single case report of that ever happening.
How he did it.
That's interesting to me because, you know, in medicine, we always look at anecdotal situations as perhaps not the strongest level of evidence. So why did this one case? Because I have patients that come to me, follow all sorts of unique diets.
I'd grill him on this way fucking harder. Like, I'd like to see the fucking data. I don't even believe him when he says, oh, I had a patient who reduced the blockages in his coronary arteries by like 50%. Like, it was completely occluded or nearly occluded, like 98%. And then it, you know, got to only 50%. Show me the fucking case report, because that's never happened.
I have patients who have been smoking for 45 years and they're living a healthy life, and they say it's because I smoke. And obviously we laugh about it because we all agree that it's not true. So why did this one case move you so?
Actually, let me stop you right there. Probably it's because he smoked that he's doing so well.
Okay, we need to back up.
Okay, yeah, this is even more fucking nonsense.
How do we get there?
Well, I have a whole chapter in Gut Check looking at the healthiest, longest living people. And one of the unique features of most of the blue zones.
RFK Jr. Impression Plaza make this image full screen. Rogan, regarding the groundbreaking cancer vaccine, some people are raising alarms about hidden agendas and undisclosed risks. What's your take on this?
Let me see. RFK Jr. Okay. Well, if you actually look at the data on the recent cancer vaccine, there was actually a 117% increased risk in cancer. It's just that the problem was with the data collection. I have charts and evidence to show you that they only considered somebody to be cancer-free and vaccinated after 7 years after taking the vaccine, and they ignored all the deaths that occurred from cancer after they were vaccinated. So these so-called anti-cancer vaccines actually cause cancer and increase it by 198%. There you go. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Appreciate it. Oh, fuck. I don't know how the fuck he talks like that.
How could a massive aircraft...
Oh, Jesus, fuck. Alright, there we go.
How can we address the growing trend of high-status individuals, such as doctors, using platforms to propagate anti-science views? This shit is so increasingly dangerous.
Well, I think the best way to deal with that is to have these platforms have fact-checkers. Sort of like how Twitter was doing before it was taken over by Musk, where if there's like some sort of post talking about like the vaccine or something, and YouTube does this, by the way, too, where there'll be like some sort of thing underneath the video saying this information may not actually be accurate, check the source to actually verify, you know, something like that. That's probably the best way to deal with misinformation being put out by these fraud fucking doctors who are just trying to grift. Thanks for the donation though, Saxby.
Is that particularly the men are heavy smokers.
Mm-hmm.
And the smoking, actually the nicotine in cigarettes, is one of the best mitochondrial uncouplers that's ever been discovered. And we've looked at this through the wrong lens. We said, wow, what other healthy lifestyle things are these guys doing that's preventing smoking from harming them? In fact, we should have looked at it the other way.
Son Goku Donate Tellers, I bought the study book recently and I find it almost impossible to retain the information when I read. This is something I've often struggled with as a kid, where if I read a book, I have struggle retaining the information each page I read. Thoughts? It's not a terribly uncommon issue. What you might want to do is get used to note-taking while reading. You may just need some extra reinforcement to retain the information you're reading. So when you're reading a chapter, you know, just write some notes about some of the more important information you read, and that'll kind of help train your brain to retain information. Thanks for the donation though, Son Goku.
What is it about these people who are smokers that allows them to live to 105, 110 years old? And when you do that, then you say, okay, smoking was good for them. Why don't we see the oxidative stress that smoking, we all know, occurs? Why don't we see the cancers in these people? And it's because the rest of their diet facilitates the absorption of the oxidative.
Okay, that is a strange claim, because we know why certain people who smoke don't develop heart disease or cancer, and it's entirely related to their genetics. They just are able to deal with oxidative stress better than other people, and they're able to repair tissue better just because of their genes.
Oxidative stress in these guys.
So your state is that if you smoke but eat in this specific way, you can negate the effects of smoking, the negative effects of smoking.
Yeah, what's fascinating as a heart surgeon, way back in the good old days, most of our patients were smokers. And they had specific proximal lesions in their coronary arteries. The rest of their blood vessels were absolutely gorgeous. And they were skinny for the most part. So
how did you gauge that? Did you?
What do you mean? We operated on 'em.
But you operate on what other vessels that you saw? Like you would do peripheral arterial disease screenings on those patients?
Yeah.
And you would find...
I used to operate on...
Because one of the
blood
number
vessels.
one risk factors for peripheral arterial disease is smoking.
Correct, because the smoking, the oxidative stress, isn't stopped by our current diet. Let me give you an example.
Okay.
This guy is literally trying to say it's not smoking that's bad, it's the diet that's bad. Sorry, dude. Smoking's bad for you. Whoa, this guy is already in like crazy wacko territory.
We're one of the few animals that don't make vitamin C. And
what's your opinion on recent articles suggesting 64% of men under 30 are single compared to 34% of women? I don't know. I don't know how they did data collection, so I have no idea. Could be that more men are interested in casual dating, whereas, you know, women are more interested in long-term dating and just the way they perceive what is and isn't a relationship, or what is and isn't being single. They might consider it different. So I don't know how they did data collection.
vitamin C, and I've written about this. So normally, unfortunately, collagen breaks as blood vessels flex and contract, and it breaks primarily at bends. And when that collagen breaks, vitamin C normally rebuilds that collagen. In smokers, they don't have vitamin C because the vitamin C has been used up in handling the oxidative stress. So they have...
Apparently pigeons are highly intelligent. Skip to 1050.
Well, yes, I know pigeons are pretty smart. That is a weird looking pigeon.
Oh, what is that?
Fuck.
Showcase another pigeon flex. They're way smarter than they get credit for. They probably would if they could talk like parrots or ravens. But even with a brain in the weight class of a walnut, pigeons can still surprise us. Trained pigeons can actually pass the mirror test, the same one most dogs and cats fail. In 1995, a study found that pigeons could be taught to tell the difference between a Picasso painting and Monet. I'm not gonna lie to you, I myself can't do that. To a similar beat, pigeons could be trained to tell apart malignant breast tumors from the benign. And yeah, we're still talking about a bird here. A German study in 1990 found that the avian overachievers could successfully memorize 725 different black and white patterns and correctly identify the 100 patterns associated with a reward. Pigeons also have an ability to count that rivals primates. Bro, tell me why folks found out that the Bane of Broadway can read. So what scientists did, right, they taught these pigeons a bunch of words and would either show a real word on screen or a misspelt one to go with a star. If it was an actual word like, for example, dog, they had to peck at the word. And if it was some nonsense like ugged, the rules were to peck at the star. Get it right and they'd win food. Tell me why the feathery assault on your windshield actually did better than the baboons that took the same test. It was at this moment I went from highly impressed to low-key concerned with how smart pigeons are. There's like 5 million of them in NYC. We're cooked if they turn on us.
That's interesting. Pigeons are pretty smart. I think birds in general tend to be pretty smart. Thanks for the donation of the vegan power.
Basically raw collagen that sits out. And then we start the process of an inflammatory attack. And cholesterol is basically a spackling compound and just keeps spackling that area. The great news about smoking is that it always happens at these bends.
Aaron Peter $8, check it out. Let me see. The more I watch this, the funnier it gets. Chiropractors be like... Yeah, I've seen that before. Yeah. Is she natty? I believe she is natty, but she does have Down syndrome. Is Temu reliable considering buying something on that site? Temu. It looks like a scam website, so I wouldn't buy anything off here. I wouldn't personally, but it's up to you. I wouldn't risk it. Thanks for that donation, though, Aaron P.
Where flexion occurs. If, like these people in the blue zones who live a very long time as smokers, if you have huge amounts of vitamin C containing foods in your diet, and incidentally, olive oil doubles our own vitamin C production, which is kind of cool, then you mitigate those effects and you don't see the negative effects of smoking. You actually see the positive effects of nicotine.
Is there research that backs up?
This guy is out of his fucking mind. It doesn't matter if you're looking at people who are considered like low risk for heart disease, eat a good diet, don't drink, exercise a lot, the lowest risk category of, people you can find, but they smoke. They're at a higher risk of heart disease, cancer, and all-cause mortality compared to people who are in that same category but don't smoke. He's trying to make it seem as though smoking is not in and of itself a risk factor for disease when it is. This dude is just a fucking whack job. I didn't know Grundy was this crazy.
Where if you change someone's diet to have high vitamin C content, that there negates their risk of smoking? Because I've never seen that.
Yeah, that's all been done in the blue zones.
Well, that blue zones are not
insane.
research studies. In fact, you've been quite critical of blue zones, even in your book.
Yeah, for instance,
this guy's insane.
Hi VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. Time for cats, yay.
All right, let's take a look at these cats. Keto happy life, get a cat. Oh my god. Well, that hasn't quite worked for me, but cats do improve life.
Oh shit.
It's a pretty loud fart from a little kitty.
If the Earth was flat, don't you think cats would have already pushed everything off of it by now?
That is true. That's a nice kitty. Wow. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Appreciate it. Those are some nice cats.
Let's take Sardinia, for example, one of the blue zones. Only the people who live up in the mountains actually have longevity. The people who live down by the water don't. What's different about those people is that they are sheep herders and goat herders. And what they eat is a large amount of fermented sheep cheese, sheep yogurt. And what makes them have longevity is the men, 95% of the men smoke, and only 25% of the women don't.
He's claiming men live longer if they smoke cigarettes.
What's unique is, as we all know, women live about 7 years longer than men. The men in Sardinia have 7-year longer lifespan than the women because they're smokers. That's
Holy shit! This is one of the most insane whack jobs I have ever seen in my fucking life. This guy is an absolute fucking terror. If anybody is listening to this guy, he thinks men are living longer if they smoke cigarettes. How are they not laughing at him right now? This is just crazy. The only I think the reason he developed this idea is because he's basically it's survivor bias. He's just, for whatever reason, seen a lot of anecdotes of people living very long and avoiding chronic disease in spite of themselves smoking. And the reason why these people who are smokers live so long is because of their genes. It's not because of their smoking. So it's this survivor bias thing. He's just seeing so many people living so long while smoking, and these other people who don't smoke don't live as long, and he's assuming, oh, clearly the cigarettes are making them live longer, when no. It's just they have like the ideal set of genes to protect themselves from smoking. This guy is a fucking idiot, but if you look at any fucking like any sort of prospective cohort study, smokers don't live as long, even in like the lowest risk category. So people who are eating well, they're at a healthy body weight, they exercise, they don't drink alcohol. People in that category, that low risk category, if they smoke, they're going to die more than people who don't smoke. This dude's just an absolute whack job. He's relying entirely off of anecdotes that he's cherry picked.
But that's an incredible conclusion to come to.
I'm biracial white plus black. My father left when I was 3, and since then I've had a weird phobia of black people. I'm not racist, I believe blacks are normal people, I just hate looking at them and hear them talk stereotypical black. Would you say I'm racist?
Yes, you're racist. Maybe watch some hentai. Thanks for the donation question for VG.
Same with the Catawbans.
But I'm saying, like, there's so many variables that influence one's life. How are you isolating the one? We have trouble isolating anything in research.
This guy literally thinks cigarettes make you live longer. That's amazing.
Look at the Catawbans. Stefan Lindenberg spent his lifetime studying the Catawans in Papua New Guinea. They smoke like fiends. They've never had a documented case of a stroke or coronary artery disease.
Okay, you're talking about a fucking population of people that are isolated, aren't well researched, like to claim, oh, well, none of them have had a single case of coronary artery disease. Yeah, it's probably because they're fucking dead before they've been fucking examined.
Never had a documented case of lung cancer.
I'm confused how, in this scenario, we're using blue zones as an example for this. But then in your book, you point out that in Okinawa, you feel that the blue zone is untrue because they may be trying to collect pensions and their family members are not reporting their deaths appropriately. So how, on one hand, are you using blue zones as a form of backing up what you're saying versus other times saying it's actually the whole thing?
I'm talking about coronary artery disease and longevity.
Right.
So these people don't have.
Grundy thinks cigarettes protect against coronary artery disease. If only that were true.
Coronary artery disease.
Like, this is just crazy. You can actually look at the rate of heart disease deaths per capita and look at how that's coincided with smoking prevalence. Heart disease deaths per capita smoking. Let me see if I can just find a chart. So, hazards of smoking, benefits of cessation. So it looks like they do have a graph here. So trends in per capita consumption in Canada. So it peaked in the 1960s, and it's fallen almost to where it was in the early 20th century. And that directly coincides with heart disease death rates. Let me see if I can find a graph. So this is lung cancer death rates. Let me see. Where is the chart? Oh yeah, here we go. Heart disease, age, and sex-adjusted death rates for the USA 1900 to 2011. So what you'll see in this graph is heart disease death rates were around 150 per 100,000 people. And in 2010, it's again around 150 per 100,000. And it peaked up to about just over 350 per 100,000 in the 1960s. So it directly coincides with smoking prevalence. Smoking prevalence peaked in the 1960s, and then as smoking declined, you're seeing a concurrent reduction in heart disease death rates. And then here's fucking Dr. Grundy saying, oh yeah, cigarette smoking protects against fucking heart disease, even though the trend for heart disease deaths directly, perfectly coincides with the trends in smoking.
Despite the fact that they're smoking. So I'm saying we should actually look at this backwards and say, wait a minute, all these people are smokers. Is there a benefit to smoke?
Like this is just baffling. We already know why certain people avoid heart disease and lung cancer even though they're smokers. It is entirely due to their genes. They're better at reducing inflammation in their own bodies. They're better at tissue repair, and they have lower levels of serum cholesterol due to their genes. That is entirely why you can see so many smokers live to 100. It's a genetic thing, and we already know the actual specific genes responsible for allowing these smokers to live long. Like, the case is closed, and then he's assuming, oh yeah, cigarettes are actually good for you.
Smoking to nicotine. I'm not saying, don't get me wrong, I've never had a cigarette in my life. But we negate the fact that maybe we're missing a positive benefit. For instance, the reason I poo-poo the blue zones is because Dan Butner would like to convince us that grains and beans are the secret of longevity of the blue zones. And since you brought up Okinawan,
By the way, you can look up prospective cohort data in any country. People who eat more grains and especially pulses, so beans and lentils, they live longer. They're probably the number one food associated with longevity across studies.
don't eat grains and beans. They don't eat rice. 85% of their diet is a purple sweet potato.
Hey Richard, watch this and tell me what you think of her take.
I will eat whatever there's on the table, but not chicken or meat.
Why do you think you don't want to do that?
Because they're animals and I like animals. I won't eat animals.
Okay.
I will eat whatever there's on the table.
Based. I think that's a pretty goddamn good take. Wish I was like that kid when I was younger. Thanks for the donation, got you.
Don't eat soy unless it's fermented. They don't eat tofu. They eat miso and natto, which are fermented soy. And they get the benefits of the fermentation. So, give you another example.
There's recent data on fermented soy products, and they don't seem to be as good for you as non-fermented soy products, at least in terms of how it affects cancer risk. So none of the benefits you get from eating soy, in terms of reducing, you don't get I'm phrasing this weird. If you ferment soy products, all of the beneficial isoflavones that protect against cancer seem to get destroyed, and if you eat fermented soy products, your risk of cancer doesn't go down. But if you eat non-fermented soy, your risk of cancer goes down, particularly breast and prostate cancer. So overall, it seems fermented soy products don't have the health benefits that non-fermented soy products do. There does seem to be a benefit with blood pressure. Fermented soy products seem to lower blood pressure more than non-fermented soy. But as far as the cancer benefits, you don't get those. So the idea that fermented foods are just better for you, like, that's bullshit.
In another blue zone, the Nagoya Peninsula in Costa Rica. This is like a gerrymandered district. Everybody in Costa Rica eats beans and corn. That's their staple. But in the Nagoya Peninsula, and only in that part of the country, they're sheep herders. And they eat sheep cheese, sheep yogurts, which actually contain large amounts of medium-chain triglycerides, which are great mitochondrial couplers. And the Nagoya Peninsula people say that grains and beans are the negative aspect of their diet that's compensated for by their other lifestyle.
I think I have to back up. Do you think that the Blue Zone Project is a valuable thing for us to look at as a form of evidence?
No.
So why are you using it to describe all these things to me that...
Yeah, this is just insane. Blue zones are not adequate forms of evidence. But when you look at the people in the blue zones, all the smokers live longer, so clearly smoking cigarettes is good for you. But you just said the blue zone data isn't good. Yeah, but when it comes to smoking, it's good.
Because there are interesting factors that influence these people, but it's not the factors that of certain individuals.
So he's literally just cherry picking what he wants to, like, believe. So, blue zones are bullshit when it comes to diet, but they're not bullshit when it comes to cigarette smoking. Like, this guy's just a whack job.
Want us to believe.
Interesting.
Paul Simon said a man hears what he wants to hear and disregards the rest.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're...
And that's not what you're doing.
No, I'm saying, what is it that makes these areas unique? And look,
This dude
I'm
is
the only
nuts.
nutritionist who spent
Like,
most
he's
of his
directly
career
contradicting
living in a
himself.
blue zone, Loma Linda, California. So I ought to have some idea.
Where they eat a ton of beans in Loma Linda.
Actually, they don't eat a ton of beans in Loma Linda. They eat a ton of nuts.
And
And
lots of nuts.
Yep,
Lots
lots
of
of nuts. And 50% of their diet is fat, primarily from milk products.
What's your take on the Blue Zone Project as a
So,
whole?
by the way, dairy, particularly fermented dairy, so yogurt, cheese, stuff like that, the fermentation process makes it harder to absorb the saturated fat from dairy. So it's probably not so much the dairy that's good for them, it's just that they're eating sources of saturated fat that's very hard to absorb. And that's probably why you're not seeing a big increase in heart disease risk. It's just because they're eating forms of dairy where it's not affecting their serum cholesterol as much as if they were to eat like butter or, like red meat.
So I think blue zones are interesting as an idea to talk about. But when we form dietary recommendations, I'm a believer in evidence-based nutrition, which is synthesizing multiple levels of evidence to be able to come to a conclusion for what will be a healthy dietary pattern. Nutrition is complex because there's no placebo in nutrition studies. So we essentially can't look at one study, one anecdote to form our recommendations for what's healthiest. You have to look at multiple levels of evidence. So we have preclinical studies, a lot of what Dr. Grundy talks about, things with mitochondria that are very interesting, but they're hypotheses, they're mechanisms. We look at those in rats, we look at them in vitro, but then we have to look at, well, what happens in actual human studies? So then we look at outcome trials. So we want to look at randomized controlled trials where you're actually randomizing people to a certain dietary intervention and then evaluating them based on a placebo control. Then we have long-term epidemiological studies because you can't randomize someone to something for 15 years. But then we have large cohort data for nutrition epi, where we look at the effects of the intakes at certain doses of foods over time with outcomes, evaluating it based on outcomes like cardiovascular disease, autoimmune disease, GI disease, things like that. And so you have to synthesize all multiple levels of evidence to be able to come to a picture and a conclusion of what the recommendations for a diet are. Last year, we published, I was fortunate to be the lead author of our latest cardiovascular disease and nutrition guidelines for the American Society of Preventive Cardiology. And, we had to evaluate and synthesize multiple levels of evidence looking at, various different kinds of studies. And so, although the blue zones are really interesting, I think they tell us that, you can have a wide variety of diets. Because if you look at Greece, for example, in the blue zones, versus you look at Okinawa, Japan, they have different amounts of fat that they intake. They have different amounts of carbohydrate intake, and they have multiple, success and longevity across various different intake ratios of carbohydrates, fat, protein. But I think that why the blue zones are interesting, yet not super.
React to this jump scare.
Ew, gross. Yeah, I'm not looking at babies. Thanks for the donation money for Richard.
Scientific is because we have to look at more controlled studies to be able to kind of really synthesize all those levels of evidence to come up with the recommendation.
When you were making those guidelines, was there ever talk in between the physicians doing this as to whether or not recommend smoking along with vitamin C?
So I will stand on the fact that, I think that it's pretty well established in the scientific literature that smoking is incredibly harmful. It's probably, smoking cessation is probably one of the most important, if not the most important advice we can give and help patients. Thankfully, we have lots of tools in modern medicine now to help our patients with smoking cessation because it's certainly not easy. But I think that we don't even have randomized controlled trials for smoking because the data is so robust. Just evaluating how patients.
Well, it would be unethical to have randomized trials for smoking too. It wouldn't pass an ethics board.
Is this guy a real doctor? He sounds like a fucking imbecile. Is this lady Natty? Please look at a few of her shorts or ick.
Yeah, Dr. Grundy is a real medical doctor, and he's an absolute fucking insane whack job, dude.
You have dialed doesn't give a.
It's this girl Natty. She might be. I wouldn't be surprised if she was. Looks like she has a pretty muscular butt. What does she do? Rugby, running marathons, competitive bodybuilding, wellness, blah, blah, blah. Let me see if I can find some lifts. That's an interesting maneuver. Be kind of nice if I had a Smith machine. Let's see. I want to see some, like, normal lifts. I would say she's likely Natty. Her conventional lifts are not particularly strong. She also doesn't have, like, really capped delts or well-developed trapezius muscles, which is something you'd expect to see with a steroid user. She has more of a normal sort of feminine body. So I'd lean towards
What do
Natty.
you think about use of dogs in combat? I really wanted to serve in OCET's, IDF's K9 unit, prior to me becoming vegan.
I would say it's unethical. Dogs cannot consent to being in warfare. It's kind of like forcing a kid to go into war. So I would say it's unethical. Thanks for that donation, though, Vegan Power. So I'd lean towards this woman being Natty. She also has a very cute little dog. It's a nice dog. Wow. Oh my god. Look at that little guy. Oh my goodness, she's like a little reindeer. That's amazing. Fig of War donated $2.55. Have you reacted to this yet? Vegetables are literally a scam.
Hell no. What did you say? I said I don't want.
I have not seen this. I'm sure this is going to be insanely stupid. Maybe if we have time, we can react to that later. Thanks for the donation, Vegavore.
Do eventually, whether it's peripheral arterial disease, coronary disease, or cancer outcomes, obviously with smoking. So that, I believe, in the scientific community is not really arguable at this point. And so, yes, so smoking cessation, huge recommendation for both cardiovascular disease prevention, but also probably one of the best things people can do to prevent cancers, dementia, a variety of different diseases.
And have you seen evidence of vitamin C negating the risks of smoking?
No, but what I do think that Dr. Gundry may be pointing to is that smoking is one variable, a very, very important variable. But of course, if someone's smoking, but they're also eating an incredibly healthful diet, living in the blue zones where, they have great relationships, because that's also a portion of it. People have great interpersonal relationships, great community, lower stress levels, great satisfaction with life, exercise, they're active. Smoking.
Did you ever go to parties when you were in high school? I always found parties to be very boring. Just a bunch of people drinking poison, yapping, and acting cringy.
No, I never went to any parties in high school. The only parties I've actually been to are like vegan parties for like activist events. And there's no like drinking or anything there. It's just like vegan food. But I've never been to any actual like parties both in and out of high school where there's like drinking and shit. Thanks for the donation though, Boop.
Doesn't help them, but maybe all of these other factors are contributive to their longevity. Whereas if you're smoking and eating, you know, a highly processed, hyperpalatable foods and not exercising, it would have more of a negative impact. But we know, all things considered, smoking cessation makes a huge impact in health.
That's fair. A lot of times there's so many biases when it comes to an individual's lifespan. If they're vegetarian, they tend to practice more healthful habits. If someone is smoking, their odds are they're also drinking, they're staying out late at night. So it's contributory in that way. So the takeaway here is that just because you have one bad habit, it doesn't mean that you have all bad habits as exhibited in the blue zones.
Right.
What's your takeaway from the fact that some people in the blue zone do smoke? Is it to say we should be smoking, we should be taking nicotine? What's your takeaway from that?
So what I take away from it is, if you look at nicotine as a drug, first of all, it's addictive, as any tobacco executive knows. So even I don't recommend, like Dave Asprey does, taking nicotine drops and putting it under your tongue or wearing a nicotine patch. But I do think we actually have to look at whether or not nicotinic acid is a useful longevity drug. And
nicotine is a very good drug for treating depression. That's why a lot of people who are depressed smoke so much. And that's why I take nicotine. I take nicotine lozenges. Nicotine also undoubtedly helps protect against Parkinson's disease. So if Parkinson's runs in your family, you may actually want to consider taking nicotine, even if it has addictive properties, because I'd rather be addicted to nicotine than get Parkinson's disease. So those are two benefits of nicotine that I know of. There are other benefits too. It can help with concentration. It can help with creativity. It acts on neurotransmitters. Like, you know, a lot of writers and creatives really like smoking. It makes them like think sharper and better and quicker.
you don't have to go very far to look at the literature looking at the various forms of nicotinic acid that are now available, like NNM or NR, nicotinamide riboside, that these have clinical published studies on their effects on uncoupling mitochondria. So, give you a long, interesting story. I use niacin to treat my patients who make LP(a), lipoprotein(a). It's very effective at lowering LP(a), and I and others think that LP(a) is one of the most important effectors of cardiovascular disease, certainly in family history.
What does niacin have to do with the...
Niacin lowers LP(a) production.
No. How does that connect to the nicotine component?
Nicotinic acid is niacin.
Interesting.
I have to jump in on this because that's a very passionate topic of mine. I just actually moderated the major LPA session at one of our biggest cardiology conferences this year. And what's really fascinating from the experts I've learned from lipoprotein A, we no longer recommend niacin for lipoprotein A. Reason being is that the three biggest randomized controlled trials that looked at niacin with hard outcomes. So, there's lots of things that can be great from a mechanistic theory. We have lots of ideas as to why in preclinical research you'd think something would be a good idea. You have to test it in actual human outcome trials to see. And when I talk about outcomes, we talk about the things that are most important: heart attack, stroke, major adverse cardiovascular.
Does nicotine combat spasms? I have spasms. There's times where my mind is disoriented and have really weird tics. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I have no idea.
Events. So the three major trials that looked at lowering lipoprotein A, that looked at lowering any cardiovascular disease risk with niacin, all three showed there's absolutely no benefit in cardiovascular risk reduction with niacin. So we no longer in cardiology recommend niacin for cardiovascular disease risk. for lipoprotein A, because despite the fact that it lowers lipoprotein A, it actually doesn't improve outcomes. And what's interesting is that there's things that are really bad for you that actually also lower lipoprotein A, which is why lipoprotein A is complex. So the European Society of Cardiology released the latest lipoprotein A guidelines. And the recommendations are to just lower ApoB lipoproteins as much as possible through diet, lifestyle, if they need a statin therapy. And for anyone listening that's like, what is lipoprotein A? What are you guys getting into? It's a atherogenic lipoprotein that I would agree with Dr. Gundry. It's incredibly important. It's now the recommendations are to have everyone screened for their its LP little a at least once in their lifetime. But we no longer recommend niacin because of the hard outcomes in the trials shows it does not reduce cardiovascular risk. And actually, things that can really lower your LPA that are harmful. So things like thyroid disease, untreated thyroid.
What? What? You love your kitty? Do you have your kitty? She'll redeem.
Disease can actually lower your lipoprotein A. Liver disease can actually lower your lipoprotein A. These do not reduce cardiovascular risk. A high saturated fat, high animal-based diet can actually artificially lower your lipoprotein A, and we know that raises your ApoB and can also increase cardiovascular risk. So that's why it's so important that as we're looking at different biomarkers and evaluating cardiovascular risk, that we keep in mind the actual hard outcome trials, and we actually keep in mind what actually matters to our patients, which is heart attack, stroke, and all-cause mortality. And so now with lipoprotein A in the pipeline are specific drugs that are not out yet, but that are going to be lipoprotein A targeted specifically, SNPs and various different other modalities. But at this time, all of our cardiac evidence shows niacin doesn't improve it. So even though you can lower the number, it doesn't necessarily improve outcomes. So that's actually a perfect example. I think you illustrated, at least in cardiovascular disease prevention, why something may, in theory and in mechanism, be really interesting and useful, and it's worth testing, right? So when you do preclinical research in a rat or in a in vitro model, you may find a really interesting theory and a really interesting mechanism that's worth exploring. That's when you translate it to human studies and you see, does this improve outcomes in humans? And we found it hasn't.
Well, that's because you didn't compensate for what was going to happen with niacin in raising homocysteine and also in raising LPPLA2 levels.
Here we go.
And if you treat the
homocysteine is not related to heart disease risk. It just isn't. People with elevated homocysteine do not have higher heart disease risk. So that's just bullshit.
PLA2 increase and the homocysteine with supplements, which I published at the American Heart Association, then you negate those effects of niacin.
Well, I looked up your publications, Dr. Gundry. I couldn't find anything published at AHA. I saw that you had one abstract that was presented at the conference, but it was never a published paper, peer-reviewed.
Well, abstracts are peer-reviewed.
Well, it wasn't a study, but it's just that I have to be honest. It's just that that's a little misleading. I mean, it goes against our cardiology guidelines. Our cardiology guidelines don't recommend niacin for lipoprotein A.
I realize that, but the guidelines, for instance, I'm sure understand that statins increase LP(a) levels. Yes.
Statins increase LP(a) in a very clinically insignificant way. And the reason why our guidelines recommend that for people with elevated lipoprotein A, that they should be on statins if they have an elevated ApoB is because the target of therapy now for lipoprotein A is to keep ApoB as low as possible.
Right, but the target of therapy of getting ApoB as low as possible is oxidized phospholipid ApoB measurements, and that is the only measurement that correlates with LP(a) levels.
That's a really good theory about oxidized.
Yeah, the. Thank you for that, 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate the donation. Yeah, the whole theory of oxidation of lipid particles, it just doesn't pan out. It's not related in heart disease pathology.
It's not a
be like-
theory. It's published by multiple researchers.
It's a theory because we don't have actual assays that can really discertain that. We know that the research for lowering ApoB and we know for cardiovascular mortality is
Like, it doesn't even make any fucking sense, by the way, to say, oh, it's only, like, these lipid particles are only dangerous if they're oxidized. Well, if you have less fucking ApoB in circulation, that means there's less ApoB to become oxidized. And then if oxidation is even the concern to begin with, then you've dealt with that concern by lowering your total particle count. So the fuck difference does it make? And again, there's no evidence showing that it's related in heart disease pathology.
incredibly sound. There's no cardiovascular organization across the board, whether it's ESC, AHA, ACC, ASPC, that even recommend checking oxidized levels of anything because we know that lowering ApoB is the gold standard for reducing cardiovascular risk for patients.
Yeah, it doesn't even, like again, it does not make any fucking practical sense to even care about oxidized particles because, again, if you lower your total particle count, you're going to have less oxidized particles anyway. So the target of therapy should always be lowering ApoB.
With elevated lipoprotein.
So why wouldn't you want to measure oxidized phospholipid ApoB?
Because we don't have because I mean you could, but truthfully
Gosh, I guess
it
you
doesn't
better
change.
call up-
It doesn't alter management because
How do
management's
you
going to be the
know?
lower because the management's going to be to lower ApoB as low as possible.
Well, Dr. Grundy, I think what's interesting for me here as a primary care doctor who
Dude,
follows.
he's getting fucking wrecked and saying the stupidest shit imaginable. I love how right from the beginning he's like, yeah, cigarettes are good for you.
guidelines like these.
How does anybody take him seriously?
How do you decide? Because some of the things you're proposing have really strong mechanism background, right? Like you can explain how it works. You can explain the theory of how.
Mike Donatello's bro has Natty in his bio, lol. Let me see. Yeah, right. This guy, in all likelihood, is not Natty, if I had to guess. Could be, but if I had to guess, probably not. So, could be, but I kind of doubt it. What's his bench at? Looks like he has a pretty good squat. 585. Yeah, he has a strong squat, for sure. What's his bench? Are those 85s? Wait, what? Damn. Yeah, dude. 85-pound fucking lateral raises?
What is your highest?
50.
You're freakishly strong.
Dude, 85-pound laterals is fucking crazy, and I have big shoulders. I want to see his bench. Yeah, he has a good squat, good deadlift. Why doesn't he have any fucking bench footage? Let's see, bent row. My pendlay row strength might be pretty comparable to his. I don't know what his bench is at, though. No idea. Huh? My meep? Yeah. Mm-hmm. I like your butt.
Like my meat?
I like your meep. Want to get a duck tattoo?
Yeah, let's get a duck.
Yeah.
It has to say quack.
Yeah, I had the most fucking bizarre dream last night. I had a dream where Jasmine was doing a duck walk and quacking like a duck, and that really turned me on. And then we started doing duck play, where I had Jasmine start quacking like a duck while having sex. I don't know why that turned me on so much in the dream. Yeah, in the dream. Oh yeah, I don't know if I showed you guys, but I just hit a big PR on the bench. I did 320 for 3 sets of 5. and it was fucking easy as shit. I think by the end of this meso, I might actually hit 340 for 3 sets of 5. It's definitely possible. I think I can keep accumulating for another like 4 weeks and add 5 pounds, so it might actually be possible.
How you can get from point A to point B.
Right.
But in so many times in medicine, when we start with mechanisms, once we bring it to human data, we find the complete opposite. I mean, like the simple example that my viewers probably think about is like Viagra. Initially, it was started to treat pulmonary hypertension, and then now we found out it's a great erectile medication. So it started mechanistically to treat one thing, and then it ends up going in a different direction. So
Well, we still use Viagra to treat pH, but
True.
we call it just sildenafil.
yeah,
but-
it's the chocolate chip cookie mistake where
Yeah.
we thought the chocolate chips would
So
melt
true.
and they didn't. And then we've also seen the same with beta blockers and cardiomyopathy.
Exactly.
Initially, we thought that it would be something that would be problematic, and now we see that it actually reduces mortality.
Exactly.
So how do you make the decision of when to go from a mechanistic model where you say, look, this oxidative measurement works, I can explain to you why it works, but then if we're lacking the actual endpoints of people having less strokes by following your model, how do we prove that what you're saying is actually true?
Well, again, that's going to take a very long time, but I see patients 6 days a week. I even see them on Saturdays and Sundays.
Oh, here we go. So, well, I told my patients to do this, and they seem to be doing better. Nothing but anecdotes.
Days, and I don't need to at this point in my career.
Mm-hmm.
I draw blood on them every 3 months
Mhm.
in multiple labs, looking at, among other things, oxidized phospholipid ApoB as a marker of therapy. And a lot of my patients see other physicians as well, family practice, other cardiologists, and we watch a manipulation, let's say somebody decides to increase a statin drug to drive down ApoB. That's one idea. But when I see then the oxidized phospholipid ApoB go up, even as the ApoB goes down, and then I intervene.
Can I ask you a question on that? Because that's so important what you just pointed out. If their ApoB goes down, but their oxidized level goes up, and they have less heart attacks, do you care?
They don't have less heart attacks.
But we do. We have the heart
do.
data to
tons
show it.
of data that they have
They
less.
don't have less heart. I mean, for instance, you brought up beta blockers. The most recent recommendations are we should not be using beta blockers as a treatment for coronary artery
No,
disease.
for hypertension.
No, yeah. So
As first line for hypertension.
yeah, and so exactly, and for coronary artery disease, we no longer put people standardly on beta blockers if they haven't had an MI within in that time
Exactly.
period.
And yet that was standard of care.
Right.
But the
so-
reason it changed was
It's 'cause
because human models showed it to
That's
be that
exactly
way.
right. But the human models initially made beta blocker therapy after an MI or after a stent
Sure.
or after a coronary bypass standard of care.
And then it changed why?
I couldn't send anyone out of the hospital and get dinged from Medicare if I didn't put them on a beta blocker.
Agreed,
right?
but similarly, human trials are why initially we didn't recommend beta blockers in heart failure. Right? It was believed to be the
Right.
mechanisms were believed to be this is going to be so dangerous for heart failure, et cetera. And now it's the standard of guideline-directed medical therapy for systolic heart failure with the quadruple therapy for GDMT. And so it's so important. This is why the multiple levels of evidence, why preclinical data is important to generate ideas, but then testing it in human outcomes. And so I'm not saying that people shouldn't be researching oxidized lipoprotein. So I am a huge fan of lipids. I very much am a very lipid-focused physician and lipid science. And Thomas Dayspring, who's like a world-renowned lipidologist, is one of my mentors. And I have huge respect for the research going on in that space. But the thing is that we already know with regards to, across the cardiovascular disease field and across every major medical organization worldwide that reducing ApoB lowers your risk of cardiovascular disease. And so although these other biomarkers are interesting, we don't have the correlation, the hard outcome data that we have with lowering ApoB. Also, the assays vary depending on which labs you're looking at, which we could really get into the weeds of it, but there's plenty of people who believe that the assays that are even evaluating those markers aren't even correct. So there's not even a lot of validity in a lot of the advanced lipid testing, that is exciting to talk about in theory, but for clinical utility, I believe with evidence-based medicine, we have to use the best available of evidence to date. And that includes looking at a variety level of evidence, especially most importantly, randomized controlled trials with hard outcomes, to give our patients the option to do things that are best for them, that we have the best outcome data for.
To summarize your positions for people watching, it seems like the reason you make the decision to treat in the way that you're treating your patients is you're seeing good outcomes in your patients. You are finding this mechanistic approach that makes very logical sense, and you could follow it along a pathway.
I can track it. Yep.
And you could track it with your patients. And Dr. Bellardo is using sort of hard endpoints of heart disease, stroke for lowering ApoB. My question is, I have plenty of doctors that I've ended up having to treat patients after they've fallen out of their care that have made wild recommendations that you would firmly disagree with, that say you should only eat beef or some very hard carnivore stance type diet. And they claim the same improvements with their patients. So how do I distinguish as a family medicine doctor between your recommendations that are lacking this hard endpoint data versus the carnivore diets?
So I can have a patient on a carnivore diet, and I have a number of patients who choose to do a carnivore diet. I'll have patients that will do an elimination diet to treat their leaky gut. And at the end of the day, at 3 months, 6 months, we begin to see their inflammatory markers go up. We see their PLA2 markers go up. We see their HSCRP markers go up. We see their IL-6 go up. And so, and TNF alpha go up. And so we'll say, hey guys, look, you may feel really good, and here's what's happening, underneath the surface. It's like, the girl in Jaws swimming at the top of the ocean doesn't realize a great white's underneath her. When they see that, they go, ooh, okay, you got my attention now. They don't feel it yet. In fact, a lot of them feel really good. So
there's also, there's this entire group of a sect of the dietary tribes. There's a whole food, plant-based, no oil group, right? And I personally happen to be vegan. I believe that you don't have to be vegan. You only should be vegan for ethical reasons.
She's actually been canceled by vegans. So
yes, because the whole food, plant-based, no oil individuals, vegans, don't necessarily like my viewpoint, because I believe olive oil is incredibly healthy. Why? Because of a lot of our hard outcome evidence.
Yeah.
Anyway, but the low-fat, whole food, plant-based vegans actually, who believe olive oil is toxic, they have the exact same claims as you, identical. They reverse autoimmune disease. They claim to reverse heart disease, which I've gone up against quite a lot of them in debates. They claim to reverse every sort of disease, inflammation. They lower high-risk CRP on these incredibly high lectin, no olive oil diets, and they claim that olive oil is incredibly toxic, and they can cite 1,000 endothelial studies that will tell you olive oil is toxic. And my argument against that is that when you look at the multiple levels of evidence and you look at the randomized controlled trials, we know that olive oil is not harmful. It's actually beneficial and it's healthful. But I think that one of the points Mike and I had discussed as well is that for, when you are a consumer of this information and our patients who are listening, well, do I follow these low-fat plant-based people, or do I follow, because they have just as many anecdotes as you have. And so how do we sort out and differentiate the evidence? And this is where my belief is the evidence is looking at evidence-based medicine, looking at the hierarchy of evidence, looking at meta-analysis, and then looking at systematic reviews, and then looking at randomized controlled trials, and then being able to synthesize that into our dietary recommendations, which are eating a diet filled with fruits, vegetables, whole grains, legumes, lean protein, fatty fish, olive oil is great, higher in polyunsaturated fat. Because otherwise, if we're just going anecdote to anecdote, then we really have a lot of different dietary tribes making the exact same claims. And everyone has really believable stories. And it's really, I totally understand, and it's moving. I've seen patients improve, even though I'm vegan, I've seen patients improve drastically on a carnivore diet, because in many ways it's a elimination diet. Of course, carnivore diet, I highly recommend against, because it can raise your risk for colorectal cancer and heart disease and raises ApoB, and they're missing out on lots of vitamins, minerals, and important things. But That being said, we can see the carnivore group has tons of anecdotes where they can reverse X, Y, or Z disease. And so I think that's where it's tricky for the general consumer of the dietary information is how do they sort out whose anecdotes are best? And which is why, anecdotes are the lowest form of evidence. And we have to kind of go by looking at all of the levels from long-ranging epidemiology to randomized controlled trials and free living studies that are over 2 years, like the Leon Hart study, or like studies that are looking at 2 weeks metabolic board highly controlled by my friend Kevin Hall at the NIH. So we have multiple levels of evidence to synthesize that come to our guidelines. Otherwise, it can be confusing for the consumer.
Do you agree with that we need multiple layers of evidence and not anecdotal mechanism
Oh,
only?
absolutely.
So what's your takeaway about the evidence Dr.
That's a fucking contradiction because he's basing his own fucking recommendations on fucking anecdotes. Like, this guy is just delusional. You doing, kitty? Keep going on my desk. My God. She is so little. Oh my goodness. You're so small. Mwah, mwah. Freaking love this kitty. You're a good cat. So small. Mwah. It's a nice cuddle cat.
Lardo uses for her guidelines. Do you think the evidence is wrong? Do you think it's incorrect? Do you think it's incomplete?
I think it's incomplete. Let's put it that way.
How so?
Incomplete, even though she's actually looking at hard outcome data and he isn't.
For instance, and I've talked about this in the plant paradox, the potential reason why a low-fat diet is effective in those believers is that you no longer have a mechanism for lipopolysaccharides to ride on chylomicrons through the wall of the gut and create inflammation. And I love the lipopolysaccharide theory of inflammation. And if you do not have carrying fat across the wall of the gut, unless you have leaky gut from other causes, lectins, then you're not going to have LPSs get into circulation.
But those low-fat, plant-based, no-oil group, which I don't endorse, I love olive oil.
Nor do I.
But no, of course, that's why I'm saying, because I know you're a huge, we agree on olive oil. We think olive oil is great. And so what I'm saying is that they believe, they're on high lectin diets with the exact same results as you. So I think what we're saying is that how do you differentiate that, which is why I think the levels.
Well, and I treat a lot of Ornish failures, Esselstyn failures, who have progressive coronary artery disease on those programs. And I'm sure they have Grundy failures that they see. And
exactly. So how do I then decide what I should do? What should I teach my residents to do?
So, for instance, I don't have...
I think he's going to say just look at anecdotes.
Hi VG, is Prismo jealous of the new cat? Can we watch this gay-ass cringe shit?
What's up, everybody?
Prismo doesn't seem to be jealous of the new kitty. He actually seems to like her quite a bit. They've been playing. He does have a favorite spot in the cat tree that we have. There's like a hammock. And he's kind of tried to play fight her out of the hammock by just annoying her, but he's kind of given up on that. He just accepts the reality that that's her spot now. But he actually likes the new kitty, and they've been playing a fair bit here and there. Gay-ass cringe shit. From toxic ex-girlfriend to attracting a 10. Yeah. I guess we can watch. Why not?
You know me. I'm son of Kim, and I have a very special guest on the channel. He joined the program, I believe, it was 3 or 4 weeks ago we were talking about before.
Why is his camera and microphone setup suddenly so shitty? That's weird. Because his video quality is usually pretty good.
We started this call, but he's already gotten some pretty cool results, and I don't want to spoil it for you guys. Kind of want him to introduce himself and tell really what happened. But I believe this is Jaren. And Jaren, do you want to just introduce yourself, man, and just say, tell the crowd what's up, man?
Yeah, hey, what's going on, guys? I'm Jaren. I like someone said, I joined the program about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and his program has really helped me out a lot, surprisingly. I just been having fun so far, just like learning some tactics from Sona, just learning overall, how to think more high value thoughts than anything else. But yeah, any questions for me?
Dude, like that's what we were talking about before the
This fucking dork is not fucking slaying it. I can guarantee you. Dodo donated $2, natty or juicy. Let me see. Oh, well, he's not natty. Yeah, Alexei Luskov. I know who he is. Yeah, he's on steroids. I don't know if he's still doing competitive bodybuilding. He was, at one point considered like a real big up and coming sort of junior bodybuilder, but he kind of didn't go anywhere. But yeah, he's not natty. He was posting videos of himself when he was a teenager and looking like a fucking ridiculous freak. I don't think I've ever seen a fucking teenager, he's in his 20s now, but I don't think I've ever seen a teenager do as much steroids as him. But yeah, he is not natty. Can guarantee you. He has a weird baby face. He still looks like he's a fucking child. But, yeah, not natty. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
call was like how you're just like, dude, I've just been interpreting things differently, and like thinking of like a high status man, like how he would think.
Right.
I mean, dude, like, can you kind of tell them like what I guess was like the biggest takeaway? Or I guess actually first, man, can you kind of tell them like what happened? Like, from like in the past 4 weeks, dude, because a lot happened, bro. And like, what I guess like the biggest takeaway was that really like made these changes happen. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so like the first a couple of weeks, I was kind of lost scrambling through like trying to figure out what to do. I had a scenario that happened up with one of my past exes, right? And you know what happened on that one? I met her up at a park, she wanted to talk. I was like, you know what, whatever, I'll hear her out, see what she has to do. But my whole mindset going into there, knowing what I learned from Sona's program and stuff like that, I just went in there and like I decided right there and then before I even met her up with her, I was like, you know what, I'm done with her. I don't even want to deal with her. So she talked, basically asked, how are you doing, what's going on? And then she asked, like, to summarize it up, not to keep it long, but she asked at the end of it, like, hey, do you think you can give me a ride back home? And I said, like, you know what, I actually got to go do something else. I'm kind of busy later, so I'll stick around or whatever. So I just kind of just left her there.
Yeah, because we were talking about that, man. It was like, she's like, can you just give me a ride home? Trying to like, make you do things or whatever in the car and whatever. I was like, dude, like, trying to just do like that foot in the door tactic, right? Where they like get you in a certain spot and it's like it's easier to get you, man. Like you're kind of just like, nah, I'm good. I'm just like left her at the park.
I'm good. I'll see you later.
Yeah, dude, like I was talking to another guy in the program. I don't want to say his name just because like
for a couple of drinks, went out on the town, and I ended up meeting this really, really beautiful woman. Don't get me wrong, she's funny. I don't know if it was because of the state of mind I was in or whatever, but ended up getting her Instagram and trying to hit her up, text her, and basically, I never thought I would have the confidence to actually go up to her and talk to her, and we ended up having a couple of drinks, a couple of shots. The rest was history from there.
Nice, because dude, I don't even think I've heard the story yet, about it, because I mean, dude, we've been so busy. It's like we'd schedule like the testimonial, and then like I'd have to reschedule, and then you'd have to reschedule, and I was like, dude, we gotta get this in, man. I just knew it was on Halloween. I didn't even hear like what was even said. Like the shots, like was there any like highlight moments you think, man? There had to be.
It was boring.
I think the best controlled trial of a low-fat diet versus a high-fat diet was the Leon Hart diet. I think it was very well designed.
It's my favorite study. I'm glad you said that. Because the Leon Hart study has a statistically significant increase in, so the Leon Hart diet, for your listeners who aren't familiar, one of the best randomized controlled trials, we cite it in all of our guidelines, where they looked at people, they randomized them to, they were on a baseline diet, and then they randomized them to a diet that increased legumes, statistically significant increase, drastic increase in legumes, increase in whole grains, a decrease in saturated fat, increase in polyunsaturated fat. So pretty much everything we recommend in our latest cardiology recommendations in our nutrition statement for the ASPC is in the Leon Hart study. So you increase beans, you increase whole grains. And what did they find in Leon Hart's study? Within year of the study, and I believe it was a 4-year.
They stopped
study.
this. It was
They had
5-year
to-
study. They stopped it at 3
it.
years.
Because they had
Dreamzation donated $2. Have you seen this? You did not give me any link, but if you give me a link, I can take a look. Thanks for the donation, dude.
50 to 70% reduction in cardiovascular disease risk. And so that was actually one
New
of the
events.
questions.
Wow.
Everything in events, in hard outcomes of events, heart attack, stroke, major. And so I was going to ask you, with them, quadrupling their lectin intake, what is your counter to how a study like that?
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah.
It turns out what she's not mentioning is that the study group, they were compared to a low-fat American Heart Association, low-fat diet.
It wasn't a low-fat diet. The original
but
one.
it was the.
So they
that's what
actually just replaced. They replaced the saturated fat with poly, but it wasn't low
They
fat.
replaced it with basically rapeseed oil, which is, quote, canola oil. It's incredibly high in alpha-linolenic acid, which is a short-chain omega-3 fat. What's fascinating is when the researchers broke down every possible change, what the factor was that made the difference, the only one was the blood level of alpha-linolenic
No, that's bullshit.
acid predicted the outcome.
No.
And I write a lot about that in my previous
That
book.
was not the only predictor.
So I go back into it in gut check. It's the alpha-linolenic acid that is actually making the difference.
So I would highly disagree.
It's published data. Go ahead, look it up.
Because they also, it's similar. There was multiple variables that
But
were
that's
impacted.
the only one that impacted it.
No,
That's not
because-
true.
How can you decide that?
Because that was the only difference between the two groups.
No.
Is that true?
That was
No,
not
because
the only
they-
difference. There was massive differences in their fucking fiber intake.
Also they had the Leonhardt
up.
the Leonhardt group, the intervention group also had higher antioxidant intake because they had higher fruits and vegetable intake.
That's
They had
true,
high-
but those were all compensated for in the final analysis, and it was only, it surprised me, it was
So-
only alpha-linolenic acid.
So I had
This
a
guy
feeling you
shut
were
up.
going to say
He's a fucking idiot, like delusional moron.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we've already reacted to this video. Basically, this guy is a clout-chasing fucking attention whore, and he made this video because he's desperate for views. He did a month's worth of one SARM. He took like 5 milligrams a day or something of a SARM for a month. And he's like, oh, I'm coming clean. I lied about steroid. He took a fucking SARM for a month. No one cares. This guy is the most
Well, you're-
annoying, clout-chasing fucking douchebag I've ever fucking seen. I don't even know why the fuck he made that video when he was so desperate. Like, it's so weird. His last video got almost 1 million views. The video before that got almost 1 million. And then out of nowhere, he makes this, why he took steroids. Oh, whoops, it only got 100K. Nobody cares about you anymore. Yeah, he's a fucking dipshit. I don't like Dylan McKnight. Everything he does is for fucking clout. Thanks for that donation, though, Dreamzation.
say that the polyunsaturated fat intake, which I'm a huge fan, biggest fan of polyunsaturated fat. And I love that. I love canola oil, big fan of canola oil as well.
Organic canola.
But there were a multitude of factors that improved the outcomes. And so your theory is then that the polyunsaturated fat intake makes up for the lectins. That
Yeah,
could be
absolutely. Because polyunsaturated fats, alpha-linolenic acid actually lowers LPS levels.
Okay, so let's work off that theory because I think that's very valuable. There's a whole list of in your books of foods that you say don't eat, high in lectins. Some of them are common foods that doctors even label as healthy. Why not, instead of saying stop eating these foods that are rich in antioxidants, vitamins, minerals, etc., and instead tell them to consume these fatty acids that are healthy? That's
Well, I do tell them that. But what I do when
We reacted to that video 1 or 2 streams ago. It was pretty recent.
my patients who I see, about 80% of my patients now are autoimmune patients who are not getting any better despite.
Why do you think that is?
Well, because for whatever reason, my program, if you follow it, your autoimmune disease 90% of the time will be gone, will be in remission in 9 months. to a
Yeah,
year.
sure. Here we go.
So
people end up
you've-
in my office.
Specifically for autoimmune.
Correct.
What about people who are looking to lose weight, people who have cardiac disease? Are those people in your practice as well?
Oh, absolutely.
But why is it so skewed towards the autoimmune?
Because, well, we have...
Because I treat a diverse population, and I can't get to an 80%.
We have an epidemic of autoimmune disease in this country, and I, among others, think that all diseases, coronary artery disease, is in fact an autoimmune disease. And so if you fix the underlying problem...
He thinks coronary artery disease is an autoimmune disease? That is fucking insane.
...of autoimmune disease, which I and others happen to think is intestinal permeability, leaky gut, then that autoimmune disease resolves.
That's very powerful that you say that, because when you say it's the leaky gut that causes the autoimmune disease, and you say, I think this, I, as a skeptic, because I try not be a cynic, I want to be a healthy skeptic, hear that you think this, and I think it's wonderful, and I think we need to research it more.
Well, Alessio Fasano from Harvard not only thinks this, but has done a pretty good job proving this, that all disease comes from a leaky gut.
But that's not true.
Hippocrates said
That's not
2,500
true.
years ago.
Yeah, but 2,500 years ago, we would balance the humors and make people vomit and bleed them out. There's a lot of things we did in the past. It doesn't mean we should look at that as a guide. So the question is, how do we go from individuals saying this as theory?
Dude, Grundy's a fucking whack job. Like, this guy is so insane. Yeah, from cigarettes are good for you to all diseases are caused by leaky gut. What a fucking moron. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. I have a fucking pimple on my eyebrow that won't pop.
versus to modern practice.
Because we can measure these things.
But measurement doesn't yield outcomes in every scenario.
Sure it does.
It doesn't, because I have patients who have abnormal thyroid levels and yet feel perfectly fine. And the second that I try and change them with medication, they develop symptoms. Did I help or hurt this patient?
Why would I try to change somebody who's feeling fine?
Because their levels are off. As you said, levels are more important.
No. I'm talking about, we can measure the degree of intestinal permeability with good blood tests. And we can watch intestinal permeability change, and we can watch it heal.
You do that with your patients?
Exactly.
How do you measure intestinal permeability with your patients?
So we use Vibrant Wellness. We use anti-zonulin IgG, anti-actin IgG, and anti-LPS IgG.
Are these the food sensitivity tests that measure IgG? Is this what?
Food sensitivity does, but this looks at intestinal permeability. And this is actually what Alessio Fasano worked out as the way to measure intestinal permeability. I didn't devise the test.
Yeah, I'm just confused because when I work with gastroenterologists teach me, I go to some of their meetings. This is not, the only
I heard you're depressed. It's low-key retarded to be depressed when you can make an vegan fruitarian nudist commune in Thailand with me instead. We can just sunbathe, fuck trans sex workers, and eat fruit all day and make friends with cute monkeys.
Well, that does sound pretty nice. Maybe I should move to Thailand for the monkeys and the trannies. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Tranny. Appreciate it.
Only time the concept of leaky gut, and it's not leaky gut syndrome, comes up is in autoimmune diseases like celiac disease, where there's actual damage, blunting of villi, immune complex damage. How do we get from there?
That's the tip of the iceberg.
Right. So the tip of the iceberg has data behind it, data that we can act upon.
Yeah, there's good data behind leaky gut and reversing leaky gut. For instance, I mean, what's shocked me when I started looking at this is every one of my patients with coronary artery disease had leaky gut when they walked through the door. Every one of my patients with an autoimmune disease, let's take Hashimoto's, had leaky gut. Every one of my patients with rheumatoid arthritis, and these are blood markers that we can measure, had leaky gut. So when we put them on a program and re-measure their leaky gut every 3 months, we can watch it go away and it will resolve. And what's interesting is that the markers will resolve. They will go away.
But that's not the interesting part. The interesting part would be if you treat their leaky gut.
That's what we do.
So, for example, in gut check, I'm really excited about the microbiome, right? There holds a lot of untapped potential that we still have a lot of work to do to figure out. And then I've seen on certain podcasts, there's statements that you've mentioned about, if you take the microbiome of a depressed mouse and you implant that into a happy mouse, the mouse gets depressed. Or you mentioned a study where, I couldn't quite find the study, where there was an individual, back in the day when people were institutionalized for their depression, they would give them a colonic and then give them a fecal enema, and 66% of them would improve. That was a statement that I've seen you make. What do I do with that information? Because put yourself in my shoes for a second. I have a patient that comes into my office who's depressed. They heard you say that. They wonder why I'm not giving them the fecal enema.
I wouldn't give them a fecal enema.
Why not? You just said you have evidence of 66% cure rate.
That's the last thing I would give them.
But how, if you said a study did this?
Back in the 1930s. For one thing, believe it or not, when I went to medical school back in the dark ages, we were actually the first people at the Medical College of Georgia to use fecal enemas from medical students to treat C. difficile. We didn't even know it was C. diff back then. It was pseudomembranous enterocolitis. And my professor, Arlie Mansberger, said, and this was when broad spectrum antibiotics first came out in the mid 70s. He says, I think there's something going on in the gut and we've got to reconstitute the gut. So once a week, medical students took a crap in what we called the honey bucket, went into Arlie Mansberger's lab, put it in a Waring blender, homogenized it, and shoved it up the rear ends of people with pseudomembranous enterocolitis. And it cured it. Cured it.
This is so bizarre.
Went, son of a gun, this is nuts.
And we do that now.
We do
Not
that
to
now.
that degree,
correct.
But obviously we do
that
use
now.
fecal transplants.
But we don't need to do that. We can reconstitute the microbiome. For one thing, we've killed off our microbiome because of all the antibiotics we take.
Well, that's why we put it in.
All the antibiotics we give our animals, and the best, most potent antibiotic there is glyphosate, Roundup. It was patented as an antibiotic by Monsanto. And so if you wanted to
don't think that's true.
A number on your microbiome, we've created the perfect storm for killing off our microbiome. And what's really interesting is glyphosate in particular.
Yeah, that's not true. Monsanto patented it as a herbicide. I think there was, it was made as a herbicide and there was like some other use for it, but Monsanto didn't patent it as a fucking antibiotic.
Kills off the tryptophan pathway making bugs that make serotonin. So if you wanted to make someone anxious and depressed, you would kill off that tryptophan pathway of the microbiome. So what you do is you eat organically, and you stop taking antibiotics unless there's a life-threatening problem. And the good news is if you stop eating animals, you'll lose those antibiotics. The bad news is that most of our grains are contaminated with glyphosate.
My question, I don't think we got the answer here yet, because I think
even if this were true, the amount of fucking glyphosate you're actually exposed to is minuscule. Like you're talking about an amount that couldn't possibly affect your gut microbiome. Oh fuck. Oh shit. So yeah, that idea just sounds ridiculous.
it's important. When we found that fecal transplants work specifically in the case of C. diff, but not
edamame is not bad for you
in the case of depression, right?
I'm not
agree with that?
advocating
Yeah.
that. Correct.
Yeah, it just.
In fact, I don't know if maybe over in Europe it's being used for that, but certainly not in the United States because the FDA would not allow it.
Yeah, I just don't know what's the use of them stating that study.
Because there's chapter after chapter in Gut Check showing the correlation between a diverse microbiome and lack of depression, lack of anxiety. And we're getting closer and closer to understanding which bugs do what.
But we're not there yet.
We're getting close.
I mean,
we're close, but we're not. I just want to put that on the record. We're not there yet.
Because
we know a diversity is good.
Yeah.
But we don't know which ones. We don't know exactly which ones. There's still room to be explored here.
Yeah, I mean, for instance, there are now bugs that make oxytocin, the love hormone. And you can actually swallow some of these and make more oxytocin. That may be a good thing.
Maybe.
So I would like to counter that with the fact that, so I think the gut microbiome is fascinating. And I think we're at the, beginning of, I think if you talk to the world's renowned gut microbiome researchers, they will humbly tell you that we are at the very, very beginning of elucidating the answers to the questions of how important. I don't think anyone doubts that the gut microbiome is an important facet of health, but we don't really have those answers yet. And I think that can be the most, world-renowned gut microbiome researchers will tell you that, we're not even sure the exact population of and what percentage of what colonies of which bacteria are more beneficial. So we can't even prescribe right now exactly what is most beneficial for the gut microbiome at this time because we don't even know. That's why probiotics, that's why the American College of Gastroenterology, which you'll know this because as a family provider, I'm sure you are asked all the time about probiotics. And this is why the ACG does not recommend probiotic use for people generally outside of very few clinical conditions that.
Probiotics can do so many weird things. Probiotics can give you SIBO, so bacterial overgrowth in your small intestine, bloating, bloody stools. They can cause allergic reactions like itchiness, irritability, anxiety. They can prevent you from like sleeping. You can get so many weird side effects from taking probiotics. And there's also this theory with this gut health and gut microbiome thing where there may be an ideal sort of gut microbiome, but it might not be ideal for every individual because you may have grown up and experienced most of your life with a certain microbiome in your gut. And if you radically change that with a certain diet or by taking certain probiotic supplements or foods, you can actually get allergic reactions to it just because your immune system and everything isn't used to it. So yeah, the idea of prescribing probiotics, like nobody's really in support of it because there's no evidence in support of it. Watch donated $2. Let me see.
Dang, bro, you all right, man?
Really? That's weird. Oh my God. Imagine walking out of a... Dude. Fuck my shit up, please. Oh my god. Yeah, that is fucking whack.
Today we're going to be trying Domino's Chicken Bacon Ranch Sandwich, oven baked. This has got chicken, bacon, some sort of cheese, and it's...
Are those thumbs, or they kind of look like thumbs?
Oven baked. Here's half of it.
Well, that is gross. Oh yeah, I've heard of this guy.
Tender. Why are you here? The Lakers need a center.
Yeah, this is a high school kid. He's way too fucking skinny, like, to actually play in the NBA. He needs, like, way more fucking muscle mass, and he's, like, really uncoordinated. Yeah, imagine being proportioned like that. 7'8". Jesus Christ, what a freak. Thanks for the donation, though, Watch. Appreciate it.
Require it because we don't even know what strains at what doses in which scenario are going to be
How do I
beneficial.
like Tekken 8? Well, I've only played the demo. So far, I really like the gameplay in the demo. The only thing I didn't really like about it was it just seems like when you're fighting, there's a lot of slow-mo moments that kind of happen too frequently. I hope in the final release they sort of reduce that, because it just happens too often. I'd rather them just let you fight kind of like normal more often, rather than have slow-mo and zoom in and shit. Like, it looks cool and cinematic. Maybe in the single player it makes more sense, but yeah, I hope in the multiplayer it's not as aggressive. But it's very intuitive. It's easy to get combos going, even if you don't like look up all the combos for characters, and it's easy to learn pretty quickly.
And we know that with lots of the probiotic research that it doesn't have benefits.
Hi Vegan Gains. How long would you recommend a weights session go for if one is training 6 days a week and pushing somewhat closer to failure on most sets, maybe like always to failure but close to it most times? 30 minutes? 45 minutes? An hour?
Your weight training sessions really should be as long as they need to be. So there's a requisite amount of volume that you need to hit in order to make gains. So as long as you need to be in the gym is how long your sessions should be. Generally, just because of things like mental fatigue and the amount of energy you actually have to work out without eating. Like, generally speaking, the recommendation is about an hour to an hour and a half per session. If your sessions go for much longer than that, you may want to consider splitting your workouts up into multiple sessions. So if you, say, have an upper body session that's going on for 2 to 2.5 hours, you may want to split that up into 2 sessions. So you're training 1 hour and then another hour later in the day. But, like, again, sessions should just be as long as they need to. You have a requisite amount of work you need to do to be able to hit your volume targets, to hit the exercise selection you need, and you should train as long as you need to get whatever goals you want. So there's no, like, real rule, but generally speaking, it's recommended a session should be about hour to an hour and a half. Could be a bit shorter, could be a bit longer, but generally speaking, that should be your target. And then if it goes much longer than that, you may want to consider splitting it up into multiple sessions. Thanks for the donation, though, Matt. Hope it helps.
And it can have harms and risks, which is why the ACG looks at it that way. And so I think that we're at the infancy of gut microbiome research, and I do agree that it's important, but we don't have enough of that hard outcome data yet to give us, you should be, eating this exact kind of food to improve your gut microbiome. I think that in general, most of the things with a healthy dietary, eating a diverse, plant predominant diet, of course, we believe can help gut health in general with eating fiber and short chain fatty acids and all of the things that happen in the gut microbiome. But I do think we're at the infancy of that research and not knowing it's not quite as prescriptive yet, which is why the probiotic trials have failed. And why we recommend probiotics only in very certain small clinical scenarios, because we don't fully understand. And there's tons of research to be done in that space. And I also just wanted to counter on glyphosate quickly. Organic, when we look at organic versus non-organic, and I have no dog in this fight personally, because sometimes I buy organic if it's convenient for me. Sometimes I buy conventional. But I do think it's really important to make this clear to your audience that when we're looking at research with hard outcomes, meaning you're looking at cancer risk, you're looking at heart disease risk, the reason why no guidelines that make recommendations for diet, including the American Cancer Society, that recommend eating organic is because all of the research with hard outcomes, there's two main studies that looked at it, Bradbury and I forget the other one, they show no difference with organic versus conventional produce. So although the mechanisms and the ideas of glyphosate may be interesting, it hasn't.
You wouldn't expect to see any difference in outcomes because the amount of glyphosate you're going to be exposed to is like practically zero. So it wouldn't make a difference anyway.
Borne out to being any difference in outcomes with regards to cancer risk, cardiovascular disease risk, or other hard outcomes that have been evaluated in the cohorts.
All that is interesting. Here's my takeaway for me as a primary care doctor. The reason why America is sick, the world is sick, we have an obesity epidemic. We have people consuming ultra-processed foods at rates unheard of. My patients overeat ultra-processed foods. They eat tons of unnecessary added sugars. And as a result, they're very sick. Cardiovascular disease, strokes, diabetes, etc. None of my patients are overeating fruits. And yet, within your book and your podcast, you make fruits almost an enemy.
They're not an enemy. They should be our friend when they would have been available. No great ape eats fruit all year round. They eat in season. And
Here we
great
fucking
apes
go.
actually only gain weight during fruit season. And
they only gain weight during fruit season because that's when they have fucking food available, you jackass. Oh my God.
we'll take a trip to the Central Park Zoo.
But why do we need to go to the Central Park Zoo?
Let's look
None
at all
of
the
my
cages.
patients overeat fruits. Why are we talking about that?
If you go see the monkeys in the zoo, like he's talking about human health, and he's like, monkeys.
There's no juicers in the Central Park Zoo.
But do you feel like generally across the United States, fruit consumption is an issue?
No, fruit products are an issue. Totally different.
What's a fruit product?
Like apple juice,
Agreed.
like orange juice.
Agreed.
Yeah,
We're not
but
recommending
we
juice,
agree
yeah.
with that. We're
But
not
it's
talking
fruit.
about juice. But that's not what we're talking about. You're saying an apple is not ideal
Yeah, like Grundy has said fucking apples and tomatoes are fucking terrible for your health.
to eat. You said grapes are sugar bombs that
They
are
are
problematic.
sugar bombs. There's as
But that
much
doesn't mean
sugar
that-
in a cup of grapes as in a Hershey's candy bar.
Yeah, but that requires nuance. Because I would never tell a child to eat Hershey bar over a grape. That will never happen in my practice.
No,
would you
but
recommend
you might
that?
allow the mother to give them apple juice as their
But I would.
drink.
That's not. We're not talking about apple juice. We're saying grapes. It's a child hears, a mother hears, grapes are a sugar bomb. Might as well give them Hershey's. They will give them Hershey's.
Might as well.
And your example.
But
with
why
apes-
might as well? Don't you think grapes have more nutrients than Hershey's?
Well, believe it or not, extra dark chocolate has some of the highest polyphenol content.
But we're talking about milk
We're not
chocolate.
talking about, like, this guy is the king of straw manning.
Chocolate.
Yeah, I wouldn't give anyone milk chocolate.
Exactly. So why even bring the comparison?
You have great animated examples, Dr. Gundry. I appreciate you.
There's textbooks written about great apes
but I will
and
say,
fruit.
I believe you. But what's interesting is that because in this modern day and age, we don't actually need to
for
look.
the guidelines, how much did you guys take into consideration great ape diets?
We zero considered great apes because the good news is that we have multiple levels of evidence that look at fruit intake in humans, like in actual human species. So we don't need to look at great apes to help us indicate how much fruit is healthy. And if you look at the epidemiological data over time, I mean, it is without question that individuals who are in the higher tertiles of fruit consumption are always, always, always associated with lower risks of cardiovascular disease, autoimmune disease, cancers in human beings. So, although the great ape theory is great, but we're
Jesus Saves donated $3.
Do not believe that glyphosate in Argentina is causing increases in cancer. You can drink a whole quart of it and it won't hurt you.
You want to drink some? We have some here.
Do not believe that glyphosate in Argentina.
You can look at the actual data on glyphosate and cancer risk. It either shows there's no association. There's actually some studies that show if you can consume foods containing glyphosate, your cancer risk decreases. So yeah, there's no association with glyphosate and cancer risk.
Argentina is causing increases in cancer. You can drink a whole quart of it and it won't hurt you.
You want to drink some? We have some here.
By the way, when Roundup is sprayed on crops, it's not sprayed in a 100% concentration. It's sprayed in I think it's something like a 5 or 10% concentration. It's really low. So the actual amount of glyphosate that you're going to be exposed to is like 0. If glyphosate was so cancer-causing, you'd see a massive increase in cancer risk for people who are most exposed to it, which are going to be like farmers who are spraying it on their crops. You don't see that. Glyphosate is totally safe.
Here. I'd be happy to, actually. Not really, but...
Not really?
I know it wouldn't hurt me.
If you say so, I have some glyphosate.
No, I'm not stupid.
Okay, so you...
No, but I know...
So it's dangerous,
No, people try to commit suicide with it and fail fairly regularly.
Tell the truth.
It's not dangerous to humans. No, it's not.
So you're ready to drink one glass of glyphosate?
No, I'm not an idiot. Interview me about golden rice. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, then it's finished. Then the interview is finished.
This guy is just being fucking stupid. Like, why would you drink glyphosate? There's just no reason to. But yeah, there's no data showing glyphosate causes cancer.
We're not apes, So as
So you think fructose is good for us?
I think
that's what I'm hearing.
Well, I'm saying that I don't recommend apple juice. And I actually think that all major medical organizations do not, actually in cardiology guidelines, we do not recommend sugar-sweetened beverages. And apple juice is not beneficial, neither is orange juice. But fruit in its whole form.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, fruit in its whole form, comes with a lot of other things besides just glucose, fructose. It comes with, polyphenols, vitamins, minerals, fiber, things that are really healthy for us. And so, the comparison of fruit to, a candy bar is just a little disingenuous. And I do think that the ape example, while it's interesting, we have so much human data we can look at that shows us how beneficial and healthful fruit can be. And I'm not saying everyone needs to eat a ton of fruit. I'm not here recommending a fruitarian diet by any means. But, we do know that, as Mike mentioned, that, the vast majority of our patients who are having difficulty with diet, it's not from a banana overdose. It's not from eating too many grapes. I think that we can all agree, at least all three of us, I think, can be on the same page here, that the major problems with diet in our current time, a lot of it has to do with these hyper palatable processed foods that are super convenient and, ubiquitous in society.
Yeah, Dr. Gundry, I think what we're pointing out is we're on the same page with being anti-processed foods. We're pro-olive oil, pro-Mediterranean diet. We're all on the same page here. The issue is that folks are overeating these over-processed foods. They're not consuming enough fruits and vegetables. The Leonhardt study showed that if you increase legumes and whole grains, and your major stance in your books is remove whole grains, limit legumes, Fruits are your enemy. How?
So, whoa. I eat beans multiple times per week, as long as they're pressure cooked. I think ancient societies always fermented their legumes.
They did not always ferment their legumes.
Put beans in a pot, you soak them for 24 hours. You ever notice the scum coming to the top?
But who's advocating to eat raw beans here?
Well, nobody, but regular cooked beans, you have not destroyed the lectins. That's well proven.
You don't need to destroy all the lectins.
Fermentation will destroy them.
And yet, when
Pressure
these
cooking
people in
will
their own
destroy-
heart study ate those non-fermented beans, they did great.
If you cook
they
beans,
were fermented. You're
no,
not hearing that.
No, if you cook beans appropriately, like even in a pot, you can remove like 95+% of the lectins. And I agree. None of us are advocating for raw beans, but cooked beans, and also, by the way, canned beans. Huge fan for anyone listening that wants something convenient. Canned beans, as long as there's no sodium, wash them. They're already pre-cooked and the lectins are minimized.
And only two companies that pressure cook their canned beans, Eden Brand and Jovial. Now, I'm not a consultant to either of them, but it's so easy.
The problem in our society is people aren't eating whole foods. And here we are making a list of whole foods they should avoid.
I'm not telling them to avoid them. Whole grains,
He absolutely is telling people to avoid these foods. He is so full of shit.
You have millet and sorghum, which do not have a hull.
This guy, he seems like he's aware that what he's saying is just so fucking stupid and indefensible. And whenever he's actually confronted by real human beings that are in front of him, he walks back a lot of his claims. He's literally quoted as saying, like, if you eat a cup of beans, it'll kill you if you don't cook them properly. Like, he's out of his fucking mind.
They're perfectly safe. But you can even eat these in excess. And let's get
You
back
can eat
to fruit.
anything in excess.
Let's
You
get
have
back to
enough
fruit.
carrots, you
Let's
turn
get back
orange.
to a fruit for a second. I can watch my patients, go to Costco and load up on the grapes or the blueberries, and I can watch their triglycerides go up. And you might agree with me that the triglyceride to HDL ratio might be very useful.
Actually, so in cardiology, we no longer focus on triglycerides to HDL ratio because now we know that the most important prognostic factor is ApoB. So the cheat sheet way for that is looking at your non-HDL cholesterol. Triglycerides incredibly important, but triglycerides are only a temporary measure.
Okay. 2 to 3 days.
And exactly. And so we actually don't look at your triglyceride HDL ratio anymore as a
But as triglycerides go up, in general, your ApoB will go up.
But yes, for
Right?
sure. But
Yeah.
the HDL ratio, not a super huge part. But